Well, right on then, chaps. Hello, good fellows. I hope everyone is enjoying themselves on this fine Wednesday afternoon.
Jesse,
It's
what the
me,
fuck are you
Zeus,
talking about?
with the proper accent. Because, you know, it's oh so boring, brother, when we keep things
Jesse.
the same.
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
Why, quite, Cassus, I agree.
Jesse, we need to cook, Jesse.
Look at him, he is the blue.
No, Jesse, you don't understand.
Shall we, my fine gentlemen?
You're okay.
When the party last left off, they had found themselves stepping through some mysterious runes on the floor. These runes led them in an strange path, getting them to what they now believe to be the underground section of the Vulstrum Manor. These have provided a small amount of nausea for some individuals, but for the most part, it has left them in a strange area with not much knowledge of their surroundings.
All right then. Are we all ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
I'm going to say, I think you're the one that really needs to be ready, Rifter.
Yeah. Let's just do what we came here to do.
All right then.
Dyer says something about watching in case some of the other people end up finding out and coming back. He will give a holler.
Rifter gives them finger guns as they leave.
All right.
He gives a comment about something like, that's what smart people do, right?
I guess. Listen, take care of yourself, and if something happens, don't hesitate to come back for us.
Yep, tail behind. Well, actually, you get it. You get it.
All right then.
2 beefcakes up front.
I don't think Darius can really classify as a beefcake.
I have more health than you. Fuck you.
Okay. I have like literally twice your strength.
Yeah? Cry about it.
Okay, I will.
Cringe about it.
Go about it.
Lork is going to open the door.
Boom. As the door is opened, the first thing you see is that on the left there is quite a fanciful deal of different cooking ingredients. Additionally, the smell is quite nice this evening. It wafts through and gives a sense of celebration and merriment, although perhaps in the future, with your actions, that tone and flavor may change.
Do you remember this place at all, Rifter?
Do I remember this place?
Not down here.
No. This is still, a little out of my pay grade.
Alright.
They're having... Feels like they're having a goddamn party up there. Can't say for sure, though.
I would like to look through the shit to see anything of importance or interest.
Go ahead and give me an investigation then.
Okay, cool. Let me just pull up my character sheet because it's loading. Am I within the aura? Hey, Darius, step this aside real quick.
It doesn't help with that either way.
And? What if I just want him close, okay?
Ah.
Natural 20,
Well,
baby.
that is
Hey,
a interesting way to start off the session. As you rifle through, you find a few herbs that you would know from some of your memories to be particularly useful for selling, and you can go ahead and add 6 silver to it. And you also find a little bit of a very interesting herb that, if used incorrectly, could be a slight poison, but it would be a minor one, and your choice if you wished to pursue it.
Would like to pursue it as I have a poisoner's kit. What's the name of this herb and how would I know how it works? Like what specific effects I'd be looking at?
It's like a Mary Thistle or something, and it's more so the kind of thing that people mess up when they fail to properly cook it.
Oh, okay. So does it do like stomach sickness?
Yeah.
Okay. Mary Thistle, stomach sickness when prepared via poisoners. Okay, that's just what I'm gonna write.
Yeah,
all
you
right.
could absolutely intentionally go about the process of boiling it exceptionally slowly to intentionally make it be cooked incorrectly, but otherwise it is fairly mundane.
Rifter goes over the cabinet, fucking snatches as many herbs as he can and shoves them greedily into his bag of holding.
Everyone else just hears it like cling, cling, cling as it spills all over and wink.
Can I check this door right here for traps?
You may.
Would that be investigation?
It would be a sleight of hand.
Oh, gotcha.
It seems to be untrapped.
Hawk.
Base.
This door is safe to enter, it would seem. I'll go check the other one. Can I check this one?
The same.
Hawk.
It seems to be safe.
This one down here seems to be safe as well. Do we know which direction we wish to go in? Opening too many doors could lead to, I don't know, beings being on the other side of them.
I have no idea. But
Can
considering
I? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
But considering that the manor was due east beforehand, I wouldn't be surprised if heading in the same direction is the way to go.
Possible we're on top of it now. Or rather below it.
Below us.
DM, do these doors have keyholes?
They don't even have they don't have keys at all. They are simply handles. There are no locks on any of them.
I see.
Can I put my ear to the door to see if I like hear anything on the other side?
Mm-hmm. You may.
Okay. I'm assuming that's going to be a perception check.
Yeah. It would be.
Okay.
There is no sounds coming from the other side.
Okay. In that case, Richard's just going to say, it seems like it's all clear on this side. I can't really register anything.
We're gonna have to go somewhere.
I'm gonna walk over
Mm-hmm.
and put my ear to this one.
Similarly, please roll a perception.
Opening my character sheet for the first time.
Ever.
Ever.
Oh, no bonuses because of his eye patch?
Additionally, there are no sounds from the other side.
Old man moment.
It's all quiet over here too.
All right then.
I mean, anyway, as good as any. I suppose we should just get it through, right?
I suppose you're right.
I'm gonna go ahead and open up the door.
You can do that yourself if you want to press the button.
Oh, I literally can't do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
As you open the door, you gently slide it open. It doesn't even creak because it's been well oiled. Peeking through, you see a variety of different wines on the far side and more currently prepared and packaged foods on the closer side. On the northern section, there are a few glyphs on the ground.
I would like to take some of the wine and drink it.
Superb choice. Would you like to
What
roll
time
me a
is your
d10?
job?
I would love to roll a d10.
So, other people see as Rifter lumbers forward and he's, oh, and grabs one of them and begins uncorking it. One
Well,
of
that's
his
happening.
talons make a very effective uncorker.
I'm just gonna ignore that and move to inspect the glyphs.
Go and give
Can
me
Lord
an
provide the
arcana.
help action?
Sure.
Okay, so you get to roll that again with advantage. Or just one more roll to make it advantage.
Him or me?
You get to roll one more time.
With advantage, yeah.
Yeah, it is a glyph of purify food and drink in the local area.
Like a
Makes
purified
sense.
glyph.
That makes sense. Keep things preserved in case I have to flee. Which ties further into my idea that this whole compound is just an elaborate escape route for them.
Yeah, I'll buy it.
Rifter, you get two things. First, roll me a d4, and then roll me a con save.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay. D4
Mm-hmm.
con save. I can't see if I'm within Lorix. Oh yeah, I
You
should be.
are.
I'm within. Okay, cool.
All right. You're all solid. You're a little tipsy, and your charisma is temporarily too higher. You're feeling rather suave about yourself, and manage your drink well enough that you are also still well about your senses enough that it's just warmed you up a little.
Okay. I'm like, good wine. What year is this? What year is it?
It's a third of Cadwin.
Oh, okay.
So it's been around since, like, around the time when Lork and Rifter were born.
Third of Cadwin. Good year.
I can't imagine you remember much about it.
Oh no, I remember so much. I remember every aspect. Yeah, I don't. Okay.
Darius,
And I'm
would you mind giving me a perception?
You got it, boss. He steps into the room and immediately collapses dead.
Dies of cringe.
Classic 7. Yo, I got an average on my 2d6.
I mean, hey,
Yo.
it's good enough. You notice as, like, not only is there some of the parts from the wine that Rifter just took, but there are a few other parts as you're looking around that you see that suggests that people have been here more recently. Namely that, like, some of the dust on some of them is clean while other ones are not. Such as
Why
the
do
ones
I notice
underneath.
this?
Because you stepped forward and, went in.
Well, it seems we're in a more actively used area, I guess.
well, yeah.
I'm just worried about when we're going to start encountering people that aren't built for fighting.
Well,
Already
if we do,
happened.
then
Well, they're not trained for fighting, but they were still prepared for it. I don't want to run into a servant down here and reflexively
well,
remove
then
them from their body.
perhaps you should be rear guard then.
I mean, if they were anything like Rifter's situation, then they're most likely going to be able to turn color if we, just give them the right persuasion.
You would ask me to be rear guard, wouldn't you, Lorik? As he gives a smirk.
Boop, 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 boop.
This really isn't the time for that.
Ah, it's always the time. It's always the time.
So,
As he
Rifter,
snaps the back.
booze was rather nice.
Yeah, it sure was. I'm gonna take one.
Sure.
Just to keep.
How many?
I'll put it
Just
in
one?
Yeah, just one to keep in my bag of holdings.
All right, roll me a perception.
Oh, okay.
24. 5. You can't roll a 24.
I propose that myself and Rifter take the front, Strunhoff stays in the middle so that he's protected on all sides, and Darius and Zeus take the back.
As you go over to the rack of wines, you, knowing that that one was such a good one, you want to make sure that the one you grab isn't one that's bad, so you start looking at them a little closer, and you notice that one of them on the bottom has a very small cord attached to it that runs into the wall behind it.
Can I tell what this is for?
Roll me a flat
Like
d20.
Sure. All right.
It's either a secret door or a
It's
secret
some
room
kind of
god.
activation device. Pulling it does something.
Okay, I'm gonna knock on the door. Yo, lads, I found some kind of string. It seems to do something, but I can't make heads or tails of it.
I'm not exactly versed in mechanisms, but I can try and take a look.
He looks actually at Zeus as Rift is like, I feel like you might know something of this.
Well, I certainly try my hand at it. So somebody keep eyeline out here.
I didn't know you had an affinity for Machina.
Well, I get around a little bit. Which bookshelf is this? Or which shelf is this?
He's a whiner.
This time it shall be an investigate.
Gotcha.
If it was designed to be a trap, it's far too subtle of a trigger for it. Given the way that it's set up, it seems like it would require quite a lot of force or a lot of angular movement for it to actually trigger, so it's unlikely to be a trap, more likely to be some sort of trigger device for something else.
Gotcha. It seems to be like you need to use a lot of force. He continues to explain the explanation given to me. So it seems like it might be. Should we go ahead and try this out?
Rifter pats Lork on the back. You're up, big man.
Alright then. Lork proceeds. He's having a hard time. Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say he's having a hard time seeing it without the light, but then Strunhoff came back.
Hold on, this is
Alright.
supposed to... Global illumination is turned on. That's not supposed to happen.
I mean, it was dim light, but
Okay.
so which one was it again?
It was that one right there.
Alright.
The one with the beautiful label on it. Which, I mean, don't you all agree? What a beautiful label be on this bottle.
Lork doesn't respond, he just pulls the bottle out.
As you do, there's a gentle rumbling, and some of the bricks behind it begin to part ways.
Secret passageways. The hallmark of someone paranoid with too much money on their hands. Alright, let's see where this leads.
Alright. Seems a better path than just walking in.
Stepping
Never mind, it
into the
doesn't appear to
room,
lead anywhere.
reveals a small amount of items. It's very sparse compared to many of the other rooms. This one simply has a crate underneath and a shelf with 3 small jars above it.
Above it.
Above it.
Well, let's see what these jars are.
As you
Vulstrum.
get closer, you don't even need to make a check. You're able to see what's within them very clearly, as they're very well displayed. One of them each of the 3 of them are different body parts, all from clearly different creatures. One of them's like the beak of some sort of bird. One of them seems to be a mouth from a humanoid. And the other one is a almost like horse-like mouth.
They can't have anything normal in here, can they?
Absolutely not.
I give up.
Yes,
Lord
we should
walks out.
watch our tongues while we're here.
Rifter, you hear a gentle whispering.
Can I make out what it says?
No, you cannot.
I'm gonna go up. Could I inspect the things and just see if I can find any mechanisms, any anything that would tell me anything about how it works?
As you're looking around, you're not finding much of anything, but as you move the one that has the beak in it, you get exceptionally startled because the voice of your mother protrudes from it.
Rifter is going to back up for a second, and he pulls out a dagger, and he's going to go ahead and try to see if he can find something to pry this open with? Some way to open this up.
It's simply, like, you could use a dagger if you wanted. It's not sealed particularly tight.
Okay. He using the tip of the dagger, not his hands. Ugh, that would be creepy if something were to touch him. So he's gonna use the tip of the dagger to open it up and kind of peer into it.
Peering into it from the top gives the same situation as peering at it from the sides, as it is simply a detached Kenku beak, pitch black, and you hear a little bit of it now, being able to discern much more of it, what it is, and being your mother's voice along the lines of, Rifter, is that you? I'm so afraid. I'm alone. I'm alone. Please. Where are? I'm so alone. And saying a few of the same sorts of lines over and over.
I would like to make an insight check to see if I can tell if that is authentically my mom or a copy of it.
Go for it.
Also, is he the only one currently hearing this?
He is. As you take a look at it's either your mom's beak or a very convincing replica of it, because some of the striations of the workings of the pattern is the same.
Okay, I'm going to stop fucking with it. I'm going to look at the other one to see what else I hear.
You don't hear anything from it, but as you look at it, go ahead and give me a perception.
Okay, cool. I should just keep I keep closing my character sheet and having to reopen it.
It looks like Mouthy.
That's the thing! That's the thing! Rifter sprints as fast as he can to Darius. He barges past. He does a somersault past Lorik, like Prince of Persia style, and as he jumps down
to allow Rifter out.
Rifter, slow down. What are you? What?
Mouthy.
Where? What?
He points over. Mouthy. And he slowly is just coaxing Darius over as they make their way back over to the statues, or I guess I'm not.
They're basically just clear see-through jars that have a very small amount of light green sludge Schoenhoff, I assume that now Schoenhoff and Darius, it also has their attention in full. Would the two of you mind giving me Arcana?
Oh boy, I can't wait to roll a skill I don't have.
Oh.
Wait, you roll a 2?
I rolled a 3, get shit on.
The goo is certainly green. That is all.
Like I said,
Whatever happened to you saying no to rolls?
What's in the third jar that hasn't been looked at?
It's a horse-like mouth.
Can I deceive myself into knowing what it is?
You can deceive yourself into thinking you know what it is.
Gaslight.
Do I
keep
recognize
rolling,
what
boss.
it might be from?
No.
No.
What are you talking about, Riften?
He points at the farther. I guess from my perspective, it would be on the right. From ours, it'd probably be on the left. This one points over there and says, "Don't that look like someone we know?"
As he actually enters the room in full, you start to hear a little bit of whispering in a little bit of your own voice and a little bit not your own voice.
You in here? Think we should let him out, or?
I suppose. I'll be honest. From the middle, I heard my mother.
Well, honestly, if he has a connection, he can look into your memories, so. If you know it, he will. Or he is, or. It's odd. Lorik, opinion. And he points over to the jar.
On whether we should release Malthy.
Yes.
Frankly, I have no idea. It all depends on if he can be released or if this is something else entirely. Perhaps some sort of surveillance? Lorik is actually going to check the crate that was in here.
Sure.
Excuse me one moment. There was something else in here beyond the obvious. Need to make sure not everything in here is so macabre.
As you pop it open, you see a few syringes filled with a thin liquid. This would be a very, very similar kind to the type there. This is looking almost identical to the kind that you found underneath the Capitol.
So, odds that these are the mushroom things' blood?
Seems likely. Perhaps it's a way to keep this thing alive while... I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what these things' purposes are.
Can Lorik inspect the liquid of the jars to see if it bears any similarity to the mushroom creature blood?
Sure.
Like,
Would you like to do it more as a religion or more as an arcana?
I don't think I have either, so really does not make a difference.
Is this the green liquid from the pods?
Sure. Since you're calling it out directly, yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's, you remember in, under the Capitol and in, God, what was the name of that city? Lorik?
Chivallo?
Yeah, you weren't there. Chivallo. There were
I was
pods.
there the second time.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
And I was there in Korheim.
The pods, this is
Right.
that stuff filling it.
Give me just
Which, if I'm
one
not
moment.
mistaken, for Dyer, kept him in a suspended state, right?
To hear him say it wasn't exactly suspended.
As you approached it and stepped off to the side as Lork gets in, the whispers are a lot more clear, and you're able to actually hear it as the hybrid between both you and Mouthy, as it's a few repeated statements along the lines of, "Come on, buddy, I can't. I know we couldn't see anything last time, but it's dark. Come on, just let me know you're there. Come on, like." Even if you're not him, just come on, man. Whoever you are. And a few things repeating along those lines.
He was our one entrance in, and it was a loss losing him. We have more leads now, but
Who's to say that there is a way to actually remove him from the jar and...
I know one way to remove him from the jar. He says as he pulls his lance out of the ether.
I'm... safely, is what I intended to say.
I
The
don't know.
jars
That's such a good idea.
simply have lids.
And he looks at Laura. What do you mean? I was
I'm
just going
saying-
to... And he takes the point of his lid and kind of jimmies it underneath the lid a little bit.
I'm saying with keeping Mouthy... I can't believe I just used that name. Whatever. Alive. Like,
All right, so
we know almost nothing about this process. If we actually care about its life, then we could be dooming it if we knew anything here.
and we're dooming it by not. By just leaving
Unless we
it.
learn more.
How do we know that this thing is even, in?
Rifter brings up a good point.
I just assume that it is. I don't have any...
Yeah, but you're forgetting, I hear me mother from that thing.
Yes.
And as we know, she's long gone.
And so is my family, and I could sure as hell tell you that he could replicate that.
And for that matter, that we know for a fact that they can make additional bodies for people, like back at Korheim.
I'm just saying, what if this is some sort of trap?
Best to leave it for now until we find out more in the manor itself. Presumably there's some sort of text there detailing at least some of this.
Well,
Always come back for him.
Right.
before we make any sort of rash decisions, though, I want to know, and I'm going to look at the other one that we haven't actually really investigated that much and see what that is.
I'll just cut to the chase for everyone for out of character purposes. As you guys investigate, you know that it's not related to you.
Oh.
I just don't want it to be one of those things where we spend 20 minutes on it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's leave this behind for the time being.
I guess.
Come on.
Rifter looks very longingly at the middle until, giving one last look and then leaving.
Darius is just kind of looking at the jar right now.
He continues giving out those vague asks and repeating but different every time iterations.
I'm gonna wait until Darius is here to open up this one.
Alright. We're sticking with the same formation. You and me in front, Rifter, Sternhoff in the middle to be protected, and then Darius and Zeus in back.
Sounds good enough to me.
Is everything all right? What you found in there? What, anything of interest?
You could say that.
Too much of interest, not enough to act on.
Gotcha. Anything we should be cautious of? Or, I guess, I just don't fully...
Not yet.
Okay. Understood.
You alright, Darius?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Alright then. Let's go. Lork opens the door. Oh god, it's a funny rock. Nope. I'm not dealing with the funny rock.
Not the spook rock.
Anyway, for real though.
Wait, ping pong.
Ping pong.
Oh shit, it's a portrait. I'm assuming.
It's a big statue of him, painted in full and everything.
Rifter walks up to the statue and he's going to be decapitated.
Good luck. As you open the door and you look into the room, the floor changes from being this nice tile work to being exceptionally fine felt red velvet flooring. It's very soft underfoot, even through your shoes. It's comforting. The general aura of it has grown a little bit colder and a little bit wetter, but still very comfortable. It's not like there would be mold or mildew or anything. It's a very comfortable under section.
How do I feel about this carpet?
It feels very fancy.
Okay.
Carpet.
This floor is made of floor.
Their most prominent things in the room are both some sort of games table in the center, as well as 2 statues and 2 portraits. The statues being of one character all of you would recognize, as well as one that I believe 2 of you would recognize, being Garkheim Vulstrum from a while back, if you remember the lore debrief. It's not too important either way, as well as 2 portraits, one of the current family from, according to Rifter's guess, about 6 years ago, and the other of a much older portrait of the surrounding landscape.
Well, good news is it seems as though this place isn't all that heavily guarded yet. They probably didn't expect enemy forces to reach the manor yet.
Yeah, probably likely. And yeah, so how about so can I not slash attack this? Or
You can.
It is a
stone
statue.
Yeah, I'm still trying.
You swing, ching, go ahead and give me an attack.
Rifter, you're going to break your blades before you do anything to that.
I wouldn't put it past him. I think he can do it.
Listen, if martials are superhuman, surely I can break a fucking stone statue.
You swing it and it chips off a tiny piece of clay that was forming the upper colored layer before it shows the very much regular stone underneath it, forming most of the skeleton / chassis of the statue, such that there is now a very small section in the neck where there's a little chip of clay, painted clay missing.
Okay, I have.
We can
That's
have Sternhoff
entertaining.
shatter it when we're done here. How does that
I was going
sound?
to say, as entertaining as this looks, perhaps you should not give away our position.
We're on a time-sensitive mission here.
This is going to pipe up and say, so that Daya doesn't get too lost behind, might keep watch here just to make sure we can grab him. Because also, IRL, I gotta go. But
Alright.
best of luck, don't die.
What's this IRL you're talking about?
You die in the game, you die in real life.
Yo, true. Guys, don't let me die. My life force. Right.
Imagine leaving the session, then just 2 hours later, you just drop dead at dinner.
Amazing. I will see y'all later. Peace, peace.
Peace.
Adios.
Yeah.
In front of you, in the more northern area, is a rounding area that provides a passageway 2 different directions.
Can we tell who the other portraits are of?
I described each of the 4 objects here, both of the statues and the 2 portraits.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you only described the one portrait. My bad.
Yeah, one of the portraits is of the family from a few years ago, and the other is a landscape of some of the surrounding area.
Okay, my bad. I thought you said the guy was from the family a few years ago. My bad. Alright,
No.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember who Garkon Vulstrum is?
He was emperor for a time.
Yep.
I believe like the emperor before Cadwin, or like a generation before that emperor.
He's got it.
Was he
That's
the previous emperor or 2 emperors ago?
I
Yeah.
believe 2 ago, but I don't think but don't trust me to remember my own lore.
Well,
True.
Don't trust me to remember.
Don't trust me
I
to
did.
remember.
You asked an either or question, and I said yes.
Yep.
I see.
2 ago. I was right.
Okay. That makes sense. Alright then. Shall we?
We shall, I suppose. And we're still underground, right?
Even
Right.
for somebody like Rifter, he was considered a pretty good emperor because it was peaceful. He did a lot of good things for his people. Like, stuff went well. And one of the tragedies of how it went so wrong from there.
fuck him. I also point out the oh whoa, my bad. Door over here. And I'm just like, hey, by the way, path over there. Let's not forget about that.
We're not completionists. I'm just kidding.
100%, let's go.
What is a completionist? I sure hope Phyrexia doesn't hear about this.
True. If anything, we should check that door out and make sure there isn't any hidden journal or anything of the sort, since we are here to gather evidence as well as enact vengeance.
My ear to the door.
Go ahead and roll me a perception with advantage.
Oh.
There are no sounds.
All quiet again.
Alright then. Lork's going to open the door.
There are 2 individuals sitting very still, each somehow meditating in a specific way, breathing very lightly, cloaked and hooded.
Lork kind of gestures to Richter, not wanting to make any sounds to give away the...
He nods, and I would like to sneak over to the. I'm gonna sneak over to this one because he looks more dangerous.
As you're taking a few steps forward, they speak. You can still choose to push forward if you want, and they give the general words out to the entire group. I hope you've decided that your choices are the right one.
Rift's gonna go ahead and get 10 feet away. Actually, no, he'll just get right up close to his face. He has his daggers out, but he actually is not threatening. At this point, it's just a conversation. And he says, what do you mean?
They continue to meditate with their eyes closed. I understand that you are here for your own reasons, but I ask that you consider the implications of all things before your actions tonight.
Let me think about that. Getting revenge, killing those fuckers, making the world a better place.
exposing the traitor prince.
Things are only going to get worse before they can get better. I see no reason my actions would require contemplation.
Would you mind, real quick for me, Rifter? First of all, would you do anything as you see the slightest winds of magic flowing off of them?
He's gonna hold his blade to his neck, but he's not gonna stab him. He's just gonna stop.
Would you mind giving me an int save real quick?
An int save, okay.
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
Good at those.
Alright. You see for a few moments as you look into a vision that they begin to project into you, but you can choose to ignore it if you wish and focus merely on the present.
Can I? Okay, I guess I'm gonna ask. You can tell me from a player or / a character perspective. Can I fuck off the vision if I choose to see it, or is it?
Yes,
is it
absolutely. As
Okay.
soon as you want to, you can say "fuck off."
I will see the vision.
It goes through showing a various different bits, starting with after showing, like, you know, you very clearly murdering her, going through and basically giving the general idea that the choices they attempt to communicate the idea visually to you that there are more actions to be had tonight, more choices to be made than simply the choice of murder or not. The choices you take and how you handle it, it's a tremendously important night for the fate of the Empire on how you choose to spend your actions.
Do I see any alternatives, like, or any?
Oh, it shows a bunch of them. It shows ones where, like, peace is restored between the kingdoms. It shows ones where, like, it's overran by it. It shows ones where, like, nothing happens. It shows ones where the Vulstrums come out and win. It shows a whole bunch of different situations. It even shows one where you're, like, the leader of a new, like, group in the area. Like, it shows a bunch of different timelines.
I see.
And they say again in audio, so everybody else hears it. I'm not asking you to do nothing. I'm asking you to do all of the right things in more consideration than you ever might other.
The Rifter's gonna go ahead and put down his blade, and he after the Vulstrums win the outcome, I'm gonna say that he fucked off. Then he said, "Look, any outcome where these fuckers win is not worth even risking."
And Darius does step forward. I hate to say it, but I do think they have a point, though, Rifter. We should think
sorry, I'm
about
back.
what we do. Let me posit something for you real quick. We, in our world, we have a choice. Let's say this isn't a choice that we have to make yet, but should we need to come to it, we either let the Vulstrums win, or do what we need to do with them, as he points up. Which do you think is a more important thing to deal with? If in order to resolve that situation, we had to let the Vulstrums go, let them win, let them take over, would you?
He thinks about it. And he thinks about it some more. And after a while, he simply states, "Any world where these fuckers are allowed to thrive is not a world worth saving."
And I am not pleading on their behalfs by any means. I'm here as a third party, as an outside observer. There are few times in the world where there are critical days of importance, and this is one where all of them intertwine, so all of your actions, and they begin to open their eyes and actually look at each of you. Not just his, but all of yours must choose what you are to do.
Harry sort of crosses his arms. Who do you speak for? Because clearly, this isn't your place to be. Where is this coming from?
They look up to Rifter. May I stand?
He allows it.
They pull back their hood a little bit, showing that they're a little bit older, and begin to push up off of the ground and stand up in full. They give the details about how they're from a reclusive mages council, of which their location they even now would not be privy to share, but their main concern is simply the betterment of people, and the main way they do that is by trying to help influence outcomes in the proper way through proper foresight.
I interject here, like what I have like heard of and like know that these guys are legit.
Absolutely not.
No,
You would have no clue either way. You can't say they're not, and you can't say they are. They are unknown. There's rumors about it for sure, but who knows? Maybe they just took the idea of rumors and are using that as a cover.
Are these tokens the same on purpose, or are they just tokens that are not representative of what the other ones we dealt with look like?
They are the same tokens on purpose.
Okay.
They are recognizably the same.
What did I miss while I was in the bathroom?
They showed Rifter a bunch of outcomes of different possibilities, like a reality where the Vulstrums win, a reality where Rifter is the leader of the Vulstrum territories, a reality where he just straight up murders them. A bunch of different possible outcomes.
He Doctor Stranged them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rifter's gonna go ahead and ask them, okay, well, you made your point. Sure, we need to be careful, whatever. But I don't understand how that has anything to do with, what... I guess I don't see how this changes our mission. We killed these fuckers, and then what? How's killing them differently gonna change everything? What, if I strangle them, are we going to get the world peace? Or if I stab them, that's going to cause all hell to break loose?
That is exactly why I am here, is not to change what it is, but simply to ask you to consider your choice and why you are here for more than simply their murder. I'm not asking you to avoid it. I'm asking you to decide what else you will do. Do you believe the right thing is killing them and letting it be done with?
No, of course not. Killing them is just the first step.
Then I ask you, make sure you choose what your next steps are, and make sure that they are the right ones.
Rifter officially sheathes his sword, his daggers, and he's like, okay, yeah, I can do that for you.
I have to ask. Some of your words, they reminded me of someone. They... asking us if we're convinced that we're doing the right thing. Was Executor Kivas in league with you and your lot?
At times they have gone along with us, and at others they have fought in spite of our attempts. They are someone who we are in deal with from time to time, yes. If we rub off on them, so be it.
Then, if you'll permit me another question, is the Kivas who currently lives Executor Kivas? Or are they someone put in his place?
They hold their tongue for a moment, trying to figure out how to properly assess the situation and explain it. Unfortunately, yes, they are the one who is the real Kivas. If they were not to survive, there would be few outcomes where the war would end on favorable terms. Without their disruption in their management, it's likely the entire empire would fall into disarray at this time.
Shit.
So, does he simply not remember the incident, or
they were never
or
there?
Is he simply being pulled?
Don't get me wrong, they were there at the time. But as of now, they were never there.
Bastards dealing with time.
I understand that that is difficult to trust with such grand claims. And I wouldn't expect you to.
Listen, I'm sure your order means well, at least you intend to mean well. But we have been grappling with the weight of our decisions far removed past what happens in this plane. Far more than I think any of you understand.
Is that it?
That is it.
Okay. And our concerns are here. While we may not know what goes on elsewhere, we know what the results of our actions are.
Well,
Does it matter to the farmer if they understand why the plant grows, or simply that watering it does so? I believe it is right to believe us correct if we know our outcomes bring good.
Perhaps.
If
But
it
you
interferes
either-
with other leagues or other players or other ways. Unfortunately, that is the detachment we must take.
You'll forgive my skepticism, but this sounds like exactly the same sort of excuse that so many icons have used to avoid meddling, but then they proceed to meddle in all the wrong ways.
And it is a discipline we must take. Through careful consideration and understanding that any of the others here could take us if we stood out of line.
And are the others also listening, aware of what's going on here?
They look up into the side. I can't say for sure, but given the importance of the night, I wouldn't doubt it.
And if you've seen all possible futures, then you're aware that there's one that I could just wipe out your order by uttering a word if they're listening.
We'd hope
Assuming
not.
they don't already know.
But we know that's not very likely because you're a reasonable person. Plus, and they look back, seeing as the other one's not with you, we're not in that one, so there's hope.
The point being not the threat, but what lies past it, the decision making, the point, the reason that I have this. There's, even if we posit everything that you say is correct, I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying, but just know that our decisions carry weight past what you can see. The farmer might only care if watering the plant makes it grow, but if watering it too much eventually kills it, then you must stay your hand.
That you must. I'm ashamed to have had to interfere such far.
So was your first appearance just to delay us then?
In part.
For the fate upon which we get there too early is a fate that ends all too poorly.
They look up not to the ones upstairs, but to the one in the room between.
Spoilers.
Alright, we're done here.
Yeah. Sounds like we've talked about all we need to talk about. Yeah, just be careful. Don't condemn the world. Sounds pretty fucking easy.
There's nothing further to be gained from talking to those who meddle in all the wrong ways. Come on.
He does turn back to them as they're leaving. If you truly care about the good outcomes for this plane, then there is more that can be done past this plane as well. And I hope that you look into it, or are aware of it. There is aid that we could use that could save the plane in the future. He's speaking relatively lowly, but if somebody's actively turning and listening, they could hear him.
Right.
I'm fully he turns. I'm assuming you know how to seek me out if you're interested.
Maybe.
I can't tell you now.
No, they're asking for permission. They're asking you for permission.
To seek him out.
Yes.
Should you come to that conclusion, sure. After all I offered, as he smirks and walks away.
My ear to the door.
There's a few sounds on the other side.
Closest
Go ahead and roll me your perception.
With advantage.
Of course. Alright. The primary sound is that of sweeping.
Or is that the only thing I can hear because it's like...
There are not very many sounds. It is simply a little bit of sweeping, a few footsteps, a little bit more sweeping, a disgruntled breath, so on. Sounds like one person.
I lower my voice a little bit and I say, sounds like there's a servant on the other side. There's still one door we haven't checked.
We might as well check that door out first.
Yeah, I
See
agree.
if there's any evidence there. After all, we still have to find evidence of the Trader Prince's involvement here.
I would like to check the door to see if there's anything on the other side, blah, blah, blah.
Perception.
Yep.
Little bit similar story to upstairs, but less sweeping and more just footsteps and then a few seconds of silence.
I think I'm gonna open up this door. Rifter's gonna slowly crack open the door, see what he sees.
As you open the door, you see nothing immediately. And as you take a few steps forward and peer around the corner, you're able to see one of the servants.
Oh, okay.
They're currently dusting one of the paintings and taking excellent care not to damage the layering on top in any way.
Silently, I look to my crew and I point over to the side and using hand symbols, I go one over there, like pointing with my thumb, and then I pull out a dagger and I do make the hush symbol.
Would you mind rolling me a d20?
Sure.
Alright. Let me look at me fancy chart. This is one of the servants who, while they weren't particularly nice to you, like in being like going out of their way, whenever other people left the room, they were one of the people who would stay behind and make sure that you were okay.
Oh, so I actually do know this person. Okay.
Wow, they've been there for a long time.
In that case, Richard's gonna sneak over to her, and I'm gonna tap her on the shoulder. That's with like a readiness to silence her if I need to, but I'm going to try non-lethal methods first.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an attack roll.
Oh no.
All right. As you tap her on the shoulder, she begins to get startled, turns around and begins to scream, but you cover up her mouth before doing so, and she is
Rifter is going to uncloak himself and like reveal like his messy feathers, his little. He's got actually very messy hair under there, or feathers, I guess.
Oh my god, he's an anime protagonist.
He's kind of like he's a scrungly.
He's a Kirito.
And he puts like a single finger to his beak. And he goes, "Shh, we're not going to harm you. I just need you not to make a sound. Can you do that? Blink, if you understand me."
Her eyes begin to soften a little bit as you take off the cowl, and she blinks.
I'm going to slowly remove the hand. I have my dagger like underneath my underneath my hand. Like I'm basically palming my dagger underneath my sleeve so that I can quickly slash her throat if I need to.
Gotcha. She, as you move it away, she gently takes a very slight step back and starts putting down the stuff she was holding gently on the floor.
Today is not a very good day to be at work. Maybe you should take the day off.
She nods her head and looks around a little bit and is struggling to decide where to go.
Rifter's gonna point her in the opposite direction. He says, "Down the hall. If you go down further enough, there should be an exit for you."
It begins to dawn on her a little bit more of what's happened, and she begins making her way somewhat hurriedly and almost says something as she turns the corner and sees the rest of you, but then she kind of turns her face away and just tries not to look as she moves past, if you allow it.
Lorca laughing.
I remember her.
I suspect you'll remember a lot.
I was hoping I wouldn't. Somehow I hoped some others might be gone from this place. But then again, perhaps not seeing them is an even worse fate.
Thank you, Chad.
Dude, what could go wrong? Dude, hey, it didn't kill us.
Dyer will stop her, surely.
Dyer will stop her, surely.
I'm going to use my message cantrip to tell Dyer that someone is coming, and under no circumstance to let them,
Through the secret passage.
run into.
Got
run
it.
into
Okay.
The scrub blow.
The monster.
Listen, all I'm saying is it didn't kill us, surely.
Yeah, but we're level 17 adventurers who might be able to put up a fight.
Rifter is Death's strongest idiot.
Oh, okay, sure. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and perception check this fucking door here.
Please do.
Yep, I love
It seems clean.
Alright. Oh, well, would you look at that?
As you open it up, there's a bit of smell of bitterness, as there's quite a few metals in this room. In front of you, immediately on the floor, is some very innate ground decorations, as the metal is literally not just on the floor, but woven into the floor in an exceptional pattern. A little bit in front is some sort of strange compassing device. To the south and north, there are two different paintings. The top one seems to even move a little bit with the waves in the background. Additionally, there is a gauntlet and a chest. I wish there was a carpet to take.
I will open the chest. Thief moment.
Thief moment. Open the chest. Roll me a sleight of hand.
Can I roll my... wait, let me check. Okay, yes, I want the sleight of hand.
It's a chest. Holy shit. Finally. The first time.
There was one other chest.
Amazing
Wow.
chest ahead.
Amazing
You see
chest
this?
ahead.
Rifter peers in and lifts whatever he can with both of his arms.
He
over
yoinks
his
it
head.
and he fucking dies of an explosion. Alright, now.
It was a mimic.
It was a mimic. Inside are a few things. The first is a small ring that glows very slightly and has a little bit of dark blue diamond upon the center of it. Sorry, dark blue gem upon the center of it. It looks a little bit like the dark part of night. There's a fine sword that glows with a bit of silver, which lays attached firmly to the back of it. And lastly, there is a small cube in the center of it.
Okay. Question: what kind of sword is it?
It is a thin.
The sword.
It is a thin, simply sword.
He's asking for the short sword or
Does it
something
scale
like
up with Dex?
It can.
Okay.
Nab.
It's not a great sword, if that's what you're concerned.
Oh,
Well, long swords also wouldn't be able to do that.
What the fuck?
It's a better than a
truly
great
not
sword.
great.
It's an
It's
amazing
a
sword.
rock.
I'm gonna go
As
ahead.
you grab it, it feels exceptionally light.
Awesome.
It's like it doesn't even weigh anything.
I'm going to go ahead and try it out a bit. Rifter makes a few college stabs at it and says, "Good sword." And then he's gonna go ahead and toss, or actually no, he won't toss it. He'll hand the ring to Darius and he'll hand the cube to Mr. Strunhoff because he believes that he would probably know the most about whatever the fuck that is.
Pretty.
Hoff
And
knows
he's going
about
to
to
put the ring
find
on
out.
immediately.
Describe the cube element of it as you do stuff. Like, do you just
Me?
grab it and toss it to him, or what?
Oh, I just hand it to him.
Alright. One of the things, as you reach down and grab it, is that, well, the entirety of the cube was this somewhat brassy feeling at the start. As you grab it, the edge that you grab at first, as soon as you touch it, it sort of glows with a different color, and you pull your hand back because, you know, that's a little bit of sus behavior. But you learn that touching it on the edges and corners doesn't seem to do much of anything.
Okay. I'm touching it very carefully. And it glowed at first, but no, it doesn't when I touch it here. So be careful with that.
I'm going to take it with Mage Hand and inspect. I don't know why it did 2 inputs.
That's fine.
And I'm just gonna inspect it with Mage Hand.
Of course. Notably, the mage hand does not cause any of the sides to glow bright, and at the moment, it definitely has, you know, arcane energy about it, and there's ornate work around each of the rims of it, but each of the faces is perfectly flat. It's about 3 to 4 inches across.
Is there anything on the cube that, like, you would be able to interact with it other than just holding it?
Nope.
Okay. I guess for now, if I can't tell what it is, I'll just put it away.
Okay. No, but does anybody have the ability to cast Identify later? Or do you have to go to someone for it?
I don't.
Pretty sure Identify is on the Sork list, but that Sork is for a learned caster, so...
Darius is inspecting the gauntlet. He's looking at it.
He's looking at the gauntlet for sure.
It's pretty.
It's a gauntlet that looks like it's made out of pure gold.
Wow.
It's rather fancy.
Can he like put like one of the the bits towards like the wrist under his finger and see if it bends? And
It does.
Using my merchant senses, is it made of pure gold?
It is not.
Sad.
It is much too light to be made out of pure gold.
Is it as large as it shows on the map, or is it
No.
gauntlet sized?
It's properly gauntlet sized for a regular humanoid.
He is going to slide this into a bag.
Yummy.
Tasty.
So,
I
at this
have a
point, am I safe to
pretty
assume
fitting
that
video.
none of you will use these items until you have identified them?
Probably not.
Can I get everyone to tell me that so that I may tell you now for logistical purposes?
I am using the sword at some point, if I can.
Okay.
Darius just has the ring on, so if it accidents by if it activates by accident, I don't want you like telling me, so I don't accidentally so I don't metagame it.
Well, these are all magic items, so you are intentionally going out of the way to interact with them and attempt to attune yourself to it, like figuring out what goes on with it during a long rest?
You can figure out what a magic item does either. I forget if it's over a short or a long rest without the identify spell. Just the risk is, curse items. Lol.
Yeah. Darius is just wearing the ring at the moment. He has the intent to identify it later.
I mean, yeah, it can be done by a short rest.
Okay, but we just took a short rest, so.
Why don't you short rest some bitches?
I mean, you could take another.
Us sleeping in the treasury.
Not ideal. Plus, don't want to leave Dyer and plus, we were told by the fucking time wizards that time is of the essence here, and that tonight is important. So.
Yeah, well, they should know that we're gonna sleep in this room. That's why they delayed us so much. That's why they didn't delay us more, because they knew we would come down and sleep, have a nap.
I don't think it is very thematically consistent with us to take another short rest out of nowhere just to identify some magic items.
Alright, how big are these paintings, and can I fit them in my bag? No, I'm just kidding.
Also, I realized, oh shit, I have to attune to these. Okay, in that case, if I can't attune it, then I'm not going to do it because I don't have the time to attune to it. Which sucks, but oh well.
Well, you can probably
still use it as a sword. It's just, as you're swinging it around, it seems just as good as your rapier, just naturally.
Well, yeah, but if it's just as good as my rapier, then my rapier is probably just going to be better because it has magical effects.
And because you're more familiar with it in character.
Fair.
That too. I also have an emotional attachment to it, so you know.
Yes. Alright then, let's see if the other person's on sweeping.
Yeah, why don't you emotionally attach yourself to a woman?
Hold on, Darius, as you were going around and looking at the paintings to attempt to see if they were actually able to be picked up and stored, well, this one's certainly a very excellent piece of art. This one actually has some of the waves in the background moving as you get closer. It actually, like, shifts and changes.
Oh my.
It is more of a living portrait.
How rare is that?
You've certainly never seen anything, and that means it's rare because you're, like, a merchant guy.
Okay, actually, how large is it then?
It's about 7 feet by 14. It is large.
I'm coming back for you.
It is above person size, in fact. There's a little bit of a misty breeze as you're nearby.
I am coming back for you. I'm coming back for you. I'm coming back for you.
The smell of sea is in the air as you're within a few feet of it.
He sort of like strokes the side of the painting. You will be mine, and then starts to walk away. We're coming back. When we have more manpower, by the way.
Alright then.
Redistribute some wealth.
You're starting to sound like Rifter there.
I love pilfering. I love taking things that don't belong to me.
Good.
Listen, they don't belong to these people either.
True.
Alright then.
Do we still hear sweeping?
Much fainter, but yes, it's still there.
All of us open the door and stand in a line to fucking petrify us.
Ooh, big bow.
Bull.
Darius is going to put his hands over his lips and like point at Rifter and then point over a direction to his right.
As Rifter turns the corner there, also checking his corners, he sees a dude.
I'm going to quickly...
dude in armor who's kind of just looking down reading a book.
Dude in armor? My favorite.
Yo, dude in armor is my favorite character in all Hectorum.
One bloke. I armor, actual fighter, we should probably take him out.
As he's like pointing, they're going to see us. There's a servant.
Where's the servant?
He points to his right.
He's gonna go ahead. Okay. Do I recognize this servant? Is it possible for me to tell who it is?
Roll a d20.
Okay.
This one is not one you would recognize.
Okay. Richter sighs, I don't know them. You silence them and you talk to her, Lork, and I got this.
Hold on.
What?
The thing is that do you think they knew Let's move back into this room. We need to discuss something from a moment. Right. Close the door.
Sure enough.
You just see
sound of the door colliding with itself.
You just see Rifter opening and closing the door.
Okay, so what are the odds you think they know every single person that they hired to guard these tunnels?
Okay, tell me if this is wrong or like if Rifter wouldn't know this information, but yeah, no fucking way they know that.
Alright, then why don't we just act like we belong?
Rifter, would you like the history? Because if you really want it.
Sure. I mean, I feel like that's something I would
know. This is something you absolutely know.
Yeah.
Non-humans were basically fucking never allowed even inside the house most of the time unless they were explicitly requested to be inside.
Okay, in that case, yeah. I was an exception because I was kind of, a cut boy, kind of a kicking tool. We, and I point to all three of us, Lorik, Rifter himself, and Darius, would never be allowed in here.
Well, Rifter, you can pass for human. Darius can pass for human. I, however, cannot.
Yeah, no way.
What about mages?
I mean, yeah, that tracks.
All right.
Oh, wait, you go up, and yeah, just act like you belong.
Could you please dust this room behind this door? It's getting quite musty in here. Is what I'll say.
Yeah. Excellent.
Oh, that was so perfect. As we
that was pretty good.
Somebody's door creaked.
Creak moment.
But I'd take caution to look as normal as possible to the dude in armor trademarked.
Understandable.
My favorite Dark Souls 2 bear character.
Let's see. Would you like to just go ahead and roll me a deception?
Sure.
He's got this.
You're in my aura.
Oh no, that is being Wheel of Fortune.
Oh no.
Alright, so I'm gonna narrate that before we undo it.
Okay.
It's like you're just working the most stiff you could ever imagine. It's like you're being piloted by someone else. You're like, how do you do, fellow Vulstrum person?
Oh no.
Oh my
Now to alter history.
Wow, alright.
It's rewind
Old
time.
man.
It's good enough that there's not even a question asked.
Oh, thank God. Did
You're
that now
simply
one?
walking along and you're just walking and you just walk into this room. It's a painter's room with painter's supplies and a few different portraits out that have been half done. They're not of anywhere near the quality of the other ones. The other ones are clearly done by someone else. These are ones that seem to be more recreational. Someone in the house has a fancies themselves as an artist, even if it's not necessarily the most true.
Right. And while I'm taking a walk in, I go, excuse me, could you do some dusting in the room down the hall, and it's the first door on the left. It's a bit musty in there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Arlene had that. Yes, right away. Sorry.
Thank you. keep pretending, keep LARPing like I'm an artist or some shit.
Rifter, would all three of you mind rolling me a stealth real quick? Because y'all are kind of all
I
just
thought
like,
he was gonna
feel
close
like
the
the
door
door
behind
would
him.
have been closed.
okay.
Yeah.
Then you should
I'm
probably
like-
close the door. Well, either way, they
Yeah.
walk forward, and then they open the door. So,
Okay.
Rifter,
We're
what's your
open.
play?
I fucking snatch her, pull her in.
Oh god.
And I begin doing the same deal where I'm like, okay, listen. Oh,
Give me an attack, and then if that succeeds, give me a persuasion.
okay. Would it be with it?
Persuasion.
Okay. All right.
Just your attack roll with like.
No, the attack is definitely with advantage because the target is surprised, and you have that thing, don't you?
Well, that would be a sad. Well,
Either
surprise.
way, it's good. It's good. So you
Yeah.
cover them up, and they're like, but very muffled.
Oh, whoops! That fucking.
No,
all right.
it's fine other way.
Yeah. So I basically hold it out and I say, look, I don't know how attached you are to this job, but it's literally your life or nothing. We're about to go free to some kingdoms, so kindly stay the fuck out of our way. You dig? Not a good time to be working.
It all works out.
Okay. He just sends her along her way. Yeah, just stay still until the screaming stops. And then yeah. Okay, cool. Then he's gonna look to his friends and say, alright, one down, just one more murder to go.
I wish Strunhoff would contact us about what the hell's going on in there.
I'm reading what is on the table.
The table has specific notes from what seems to be a mentor, giving them critiques of their art as well as compliments on the parts that they seem to be picking up on.
I see. Not important.
Okay. Okay. Rifter's going to ask a question that under normal circumstances he probably wouldn't ask, but he's going to ask Darius. Should we kill the armor man?
I mean, he's as much of the worker as the servants were.
Yeah, well, it's kind of why I'm asking.
Give them the same options.
Okay. Rifter's going to go ahead and try to sneak up on him.
Darius
and
is
roll.
going to mirror Rifter on the other side and just be ready to pop out.
I'm gonna
Well,
walk
say back
past him
because of
first. So
I never
that
fail these.
I'm gonna walk past him first, so that if for some reason he finds me like out of place or I'm not supposed to go back there, he'll have his attention elsewhere.
You walk past him and he doesn't say a word.
Okay. Well,
Awesome.
Rifter,
that's
you
fine.
sneak up right next to him.
Okay, cool. Is he on a bench or something?
Nope, he's just standing with his book in his hand right in front of him, and it isn't. He has not turned the page since you guys have entered the room.
Okay.
is
Uh,
he reading?
Yeah, what is
Wait a
it?
minute.
Wait a minute.
The blue dot.
That's not important.
That's not.
Mm,
Dot moment.
Everything, all of them had the blue
Dot
dot for some
removed.
reason. Dot removed.
uh-huh.
Hot fix here.
I'm
removed.
onto you.
Yeah.
I'm onto you, fucker.
You
Dotting
go
him.
in and you go under the throat, and there's no reaction from anything. His arms all stay completely where they are, and he just sort of gets pushed backwards as you push on his neck, and he begins to teeter on his heels a little bit. He is completely stiff and almost lifeless. He is breathing, but that is all.
Okay. Rifter's gonna go ahead and just give him a friendly neighborhood hello, and he's just gonna say, so yeah, how much are these rich blokes worth dying for? That's what you gotta ask yourself right now.
Rifter, I don't.
He's
Wait.
under the. He's ensorcelled.
Wait a minute.
Sure.
What
Something's
am I?
happened to him.
If I may.
Knives.
Oh, stay there. Stay there. Stay where you were.
Darius turns the corner, and as he does, he he's just kind of peering along the side, like, twisting a little knife, twirling it through his hands as he looks up at you, gives you a little nod.
Lord?
Darius just crosses his arms and walks in a direction without saying anything. His arms are just crossed and he's just kind of looking at him. What do you want?
The orc turns the corner as well and sees, twirling his fingers, and of course that cues everybody else in because now both of the paladins have gone.
Oh shit!
God damn it!
What makes you think I want anything? I can't just visit a good old friend's house from time to time. I mean,
Obviously
I used to
want some
own
kind
the
of
place,
entertainment.
Visiting your friend's house from the hidden escape route.
Well, that's the new fashion.
I mean, it's how we got in.
Well, first of all, it doesn't seem very well hidden if all of you know about it. And second of all, what makes you think I'd do that?
Oh no, you just teleported in because that's what you like to do.
As he's talking from behind you, see? He knows me better than any of the rest of you.
True. Mark, you do know him quite well.
But I
Better than
don't.
I would like to.
What a good old pal, what a good old friend of mine, as he leans up his elbow against the corner a little bit more, almost peering around, almost taunting you with how he's just a step away from being able to be hit.
So, what is it? You came to taunt us back in Korheim. You came to ask us something back outside of Tarnos Pem. What is it this time?
Why, whatever you mean. Can't say
You
that
don't come to visit us
much...
without reason.
Sure I have. I can't... I mean, you're some of the people that I've talked to the most, at least the ones that I'm interested in.
A rebelling child hardly needs a reason to do what they want.
See? Even he understands me. Now I'm really
As much as he
struggling
denies
to
it, he
figure
does
out
have
which
a
one of
reason,
you
though.
really knows what's going on.
It
You're
isn't
a
lovely.
cunt.
Honestly, if there's one thing I have to compliment you on, it was really bold standing up to her and just taking it.
Thank you. The real question is, as he's turning his head a little bit towards Rifter, do you think it's gonna feel good?
Oh, absolutely. When I kill you, yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. That could work too. I know I wouldn't enjoy it, but
Yeah, well,
I'd much prefer to have you around.
I think I'd much prefer you dead. So, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree.
Lord.
I mean, so far, okay, you're here, you killed all the people on the other side, and including a poor little boy who's sure to miss his family, and I look forward to hearing all the stories about him.
Look, if it's nothing important, then we're rather busy tonight.
As far as I'm concerned, they, and he points upwards, killed him, not I.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Don't think the people will, but since whenever we ever really cared about that, no. What you're here for is just your own, and I understand that. I'd do the same thing.
Does they have a point, or are you just, flapping your gums?
He's buying time. Let's go.
He's the first one every time. Every time I show up, he's always the one who takes all the fun out of it.
It's my job. I'm a paladin.
He knows you best.
No, I guess he doesn't.
He's smarter than you, so, makes sense.
He's going to come with us anyways. if he wants
Sometimes
to.
I wonder how the two of you can get along when he's so bad at the foreplay. And he takes a step forward. Alright. So, here's the real question then, since you're no fun, and I'll leave it just to you. The real question is, I, as much as it hurts to do so, have to ask you, and he's really struggling. When he said it as much as it hurts, it seems to really be hurting to even start saying it. It's almost a little bit cathartic seeing him stumble over his words and not be able to say anything.
I'm waiting. I could just go. We are in a hurry. He wasn't lying.
It seems genuine at the very least.
He's just pushing his buttons.
Yeah.
Well,
Just in case you all should cover your ears.
we have to plug his ears.
Well, yeah, you see, that's kind of the thing I'm asking about, is that I assume from what I've seen that you guys have all, I mean, he kind of looks at Rifter and Darius. I can see it on the two of you, but the other two, they don't have it on them, and that's what I'm asking is,
We know
what's
about
holding
him,
you back?
yes.
As of now, supply, if we're being serious.
On a personal level, I'd like to hear your guess.
I don't have much of a guess either way, because that's not the part that's important.
Well, that's simply because you haven't taken the time to know us like we've taken the time to know you.
No, I don't suppose I have. And as antagonistic as it's been in the past, he turns his head and he literally stomps on the ground as he tries to get it out of his mouth. I'm here because if you're doing what I think you're doing, then that's something I would like to
Use your words.
help.
What's wrong with this guy?
Help with.
Really?
Not buying it.
Nah.
No, I want to hear this.
Would anybody like to do an insight on that since Rifter said not buying it?
I'll do an insight check.
I have a +7 insight, I might as well. Oh, shit.
I'll do
Never mind, he
one.
has +9. Lol.
Might as well.
I mean, y'all can still do it if you want.
Oh, fair, yeah.
Like, everyone's allowed to.
That wasn't meant to be disadvantage.
Big untrust.
At the very least, the pain that he seems to be saying as he's trying to do this is very, very real. He is exceptionally uncomfortable going about this.
So then now that you've gotten the hard part out, what is it?
I don't much like him. He's interfering with me a lot. And if y'all are trying to stop with him, I understand that I could always start with some good faith diplomacy and help you out if you wanted it. And we could try to solve some of our problems and get things to where both of us could be in a better spot. Maybe, I don't know, fuck, maybe she's rubbing off on me, I don't know.
I was going to say,
Archie
know
won't
how
help us up.
I was going to say, you do know how disappointed in you she is, right?
kind of think that, I mean, given that you've taken it, you've certainly gotten to know her well enough, and you understand that she's a bit of a hermit, and I don't think she's very willing to take the cautions that she needs to.
You cannot reasonably be telling me that you're doing this for her sake.
Now that would be putting words in my mouth. Yes, you'd be right. I can't say that. But I do think she's ill-equipped to do so if with how she sits back and isn't willing to take big action. A little pluck here, a little string there, a little piece of info somewhere else, or a little bit of taunting here, a little promise of fortune wherever it may take is... If she was fighting a war, she'd be losing.
When you deal with a stronger foe, frankly, it's kind of the approach you need to take.
So, my problem with this potential arrangement is that there is an outstanding arrangement that could conflict with all this. I assume that you found out about it. I assume you found out about it through Malthy, back when you were peering back through him when he was connected to Darius.
Big man didn't... Can't say you're wrong. It's very weird and almost more unsettling than when he's suave at how much he's being blunt about it.
I'm sure there can be an arrangement had where under all the proper channels you come clean to, as you put it, the big man, about all the sordid little details. But unless that happens, I'm not particularly keen to put my neck on the line for your sake.
I don't think you're thinking big enough when you're thinking of the big man. That's exactly the entire point of what we're doing. I'd be helping you and, you know, not letting him be so big a man. Is that not why the two of you imbibed so clean?
We did what we did because it gives us the best chance to do the best good. Or at least I did. I can't exactly give Rifter's rationale for him anyways.
Wait, Rifter partook? I thought it was just you and Dyer.
I didn't do it.
No, wait. You said it was the two of us. I thought... Wait, JC, you said the two... I thought Rifter...
I
I
did.
Then I don't know what you're talking about.
Perhaps he was referring to Chernoff's connection with...
Yeah, my brain farted, sorry. Right, it was Rifter that got them originally. And... Frankly, I feel like you should know me better than that. You know that I do what I do because it gives me the best chance for me to get what I want. Frankly, I have to admit I'm not so different from you. Just what we want is what is,
Yes, and ergo, you've heard her plight, you've talked to her. I know you're not the kind of man who would commit yourself so readily if it weren't for at least the ability to understand the full picture. And if you did, she's the kind of person to tell the full picture. And he's sort of pacing around while he's doing this, giving drastic arm movements. And therefore, if you've had it, you know it because she'd tell you. And that means that she'd be wanting the same thing I do.
You know, seeing you act like this really is a good change, he says, a little bit enunciated, but he does give like a shit-eating grin on the making fun of him for not being.
He gives a bit of a bow. Likewise.
Nonetheless, we both have something that each other wants. And one of those things is you without powers or dead or any of the combinations. And you understand that.
Puts his hands up. Absolutely. Fair play.
But there is also other overlap. And I can recognize that given your particular set of skills, there are things that you can do for us here that can make our jobs easier. Whether or not we end up killing you is out of the agreement.
Oh, I'm not asking you to change any of that. I'd fully expect that when we're done here, either you betray me or I betray you. Either way, that's doubtless to happen. I'm just asking that we push that a little down the road and kick the task down before we kick each other.
In any case, I would like...
No. I hate all of this. Seeing you makes me want to puke. I viscerally want to stab you. The only reason I haven't is because these cunts are with me. Fuck you. Kill yourself. I don't care.
Rifter really just plus L plus ratioed him.
Anything that you have to offer is only a poisonous, venomous thing, and I hope that everything you love turns to ruin. I will kill you the moment you turn your back.
Rifter, think about what they said. Calm down. I hate him. Probably not as much as you do, but a reasonable amount as well. But I want you to think about what we just spoke about.
We spoke about outcomes, but I don't see how this motherfucker is going to help those outcomes.
You don't see how the best propagandist in this entire plane is going to help those outcomes in making a better empire, making a better future.
And for that matter, consider how poorly it will reflect on us with Perilyn if he turns up dead. Considering the, let's say, promise we made to him.
I see an excellent way for him to turn this into his victory, which is something that I don't want, which gives him further power. And I see a way for us to stab him in the back and start our own little thingy.
He takes a step forward and crosses his arms and almost leans forward a little bit as he's, rather than sitting up or standing up and keeping his back straight, he's bending forward. You see, that's the one thing that your mother seems to have never taught you, small young Riftar, is that the more important than the daggers and the knives and the petty and the silly little throwing things is the power of the idea of the other. How much everybody else seems to think of the situation will lead to 1,000 more knives than you could ever throw.
Yeah, but I trust my chances on me being able to do that a lot better than you. You understand that if we're allowing him into this, we allow him to control the narrative.
I'm not necessarily saying we're allowing him into anything.
I don't think you have much of a choice if I do or not.
Rifter, there are two outcomes. He either leaves here right now, because I don't think we have anything to pin him down right now, and we get nothing. Or we get him to shift the narrative so that we can rebuild a better empire.
Okay.
To not have something like this happen again.
But what if, and hear me out, what if he just betrays us while we're doing the thing, and he just does what he was going to do anyway? If we're fucked either way, we might as well not have our most dangerous enemy right next to us.
If we're fucked either way, why don't we give ourselves a better chance for a better future?
He raises his hands. I ain't asking to join at all, friend.
Okay, then what are you asking?
I'm here. I'm trying to push this forward to make this situation as best for you as possible as an act of good faith, so that when it comes time for me to ask to join, as you say, throw hands together later on with the big man, that you might be able to seriously consider it as an act of actual mutual shared goals.
He wants to help us now so that we can trust him in taking down.
And of course not
Well,
blind
he-
faith or
he sort-
blind
he sort-
trust. Trust is a strong word. To understand that I'm willing to do things I don't like to get things that I do like, and I would hope that that's something that you would very much share, Rifter.
I don't like it.
Nor I.
You're aware of what we want. You're aware of our desire, or at least the desire, for this conflict to end well. And you care more about taking down him than any petty mortal quabble.
Yeah.
So, take your grubby fingers out of this one. Give it a couple years, maybe. I don't know. However long it is until you stab us in the back and do it again. And then we deal with him.
Hands off's all you want?
Maybe a little bit of hands-on in the reconstruction, but only in a specific way.
Now, while I'm all willing to buy those terms, he tilts his body over to the left and is looking at Lorik. I don't think I'm the one you gotta convince on that.
He turns over. I know none of you, and he turns to Sternhoff, none of you want to work with him. But I seriously think it's our best bet to make the best outcome.
I'm willing if the price is right, and my price is... Let's see. A full testimony to Executor Perlin under the effects of a Zone of Truth, along with aid in finding any documents that may reveal the nature of activities in the facility under Korheim. And or similar facilities under Tarnos, Pem, and Shabalo. That seems perfectly reasonable to me.
You know what? I have a cheaper price. Very cheap. Rifter throws his dagger, returning down to him. Stab yourself. Paid in blood.
Rifter, that doesn't help us.
Problem.
It helps me. It makes me feel good.
How about we add that to the terms? And he sort of looks over and like raises an eyebrow,
Well,
sort of like,
I'm not
I
expecting
don't know.
you to make it as a group. As far as I'm concerned, if each of the four of you say yes under individual means, that's fine by me.
All right. Well, my
you
terms,
know my terms.
are you use your strengths as a
Let me make
propaganda
sure that that's
on this
his
part of
right there. Just, that's what you're saying?
Specifically to Executor Perlin.
Gotcha.
My terms are the turning of your whatever propagandistic empire you set up to switch the narrative, to reveal the lies, the hatred, the chaos, as he sort of raises his eyebrows, of the Vulstrum territories, and help this war come to a swift, bloodless end. At least, as little blood as needs to be spilled, as he looks at Rifter and points upstairs.
He nods.
And after that, you keep your hands out of this plane. For I'm not going to give you a direct time span. We both know a reasonable amount of time means until we're done with him.
Well, my only question is that I do live here.
Sure.
So what
you
counts as interfering is going about my daily life. Is the prince something too terrible and unjustifiable to ask?
You know very well what I mean. You are
Alright.
nothing but the prince in all of your actions. At least until you admit to Parallel.
He reaches down, grabs the dagger, and looks at Shunha.
I don't really have any demands, to be honest.
He gives a little salute.
I'm content with what they want.
Alright.
And Rifter looks over to or sorry, not Rifter. Darius looks over to Rifter and says, "Honestly, we should let him live. When I become the god of dreams, I can torment him every night with nightmares."
I don't want torture, I just want his existence to come to an end.
Regardless, I think we all have what we want.
I don't. I want a stab. I want something that's going to leave a mark. Something that, no matter what happens, you will have that for as long as you live. Could be a finger. You know, you don't need this one. He refers to the ring finger. It's completely useless.
Oh, well, that's much more reasonable. I was thinking something much more drastic. And he goes along with that. And he
Hold
just,
on.
Nah, he's an impulsive little bitch. He just goes along with it. And it is
just
very
cuts off his
painful.
finger.
Yeah.
Rifter, you missed the opportunity to tell him to castrate himself.
Oh no, I'm gonna do that
Oh,
myself.
yep. He's more along the lines. You gotta, like I said earlier, you gotta think bigger, my man.
It's not that big. Don't get ahead of yourself.
He actually laughs at that one. Good old banter with the boys, just like old times. Before all this got complicated.
It was always complicated, don't delude yourself.
Hey, and as he's taking a few steps back, he says, make sure to... And he points at the finger with both of his hands together. Make sure you handle that before it gets too out of control as it starts squirming.
Oh, what have you done to your poor body? As he pulls out the wooden lance and kind of just skewers it on the ground.
Yeah, it's not very happy about that.
What do you think this would do to you? I'm curious.
You're welcome to find out in, what is that? A year or two? I won't give you an exact time.
It's just whenever we're done with him. Losing your mother really sent you down a drain, huh?
I think I handled it here out of the best of us. As he's looking over to Rifter.
He's looking around. Don't look at me. I'm much better than you.
I mean, frankly, Rifter came up with a proper plan of action. He's been enacting it ever since.
Has
Thank
he?
you, friend.
What kind of narrative am I supposed to push here, then? If it's just... I know that's my part of the... And he shakes his hand a little bit. Is it... Alright. Well then, Mr. Reeftar, what are you gonna do after today? That's all your big targets crossed off your fancy little list. And what then is that? His adjustment is just kill the people. That's it. That's his big plan.
Oh no. My list ain't done until you're gone.
All the more reason. Not only does he not have a plan beyond that list, he ain't even ever gonna be able to do it.
I'll find a way. Don't you worry, love.
Your mom will be so disappointed when she finds out you couldn't avenge her in all the right ways.
Oh no, I'm sure wherever she is, she's doing just fine.
He looks over back down the hallway. I wouldn't be so sure of that.
That ain't me, Mom. I don't believe it. I don't trust it.
I know I teased you with the other one, but No, that one's her. They, I'm sure you remember the day down here when the two of you were here and they took her and butchered her now. How she sat there in the center of that room over there. And you're, as you look back down to the, well, that door is supposed to be open. As it swings open, you look down to the ring corridor, and you do start to remember that, like, you were literally there watching from around the corner when you weren't supposed to, as she got, like, you know, hacked and literally murdered in the center of that ring.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's a very interesting moment. That was not something that you remembered going through, and it's something you're trying very hard not to remember now, because it's perhaps the most uncomfortable thing you have or ever will experience. And it's something that you don't like in the fucking slightest.
Okay.
And when they did all those fancy, wonderful things, you don't think they're the kind of people to keep trophies and keepsakes?
For a random slave? No. Seems kind of, you know, weird.
Just to verify out of character, it was the same one that we were thinking was mouthy, right?
No,
Or was
it's
it a different jar?
there's multiple jars. One of the jars was mouthy. One of the jars had a Kenku beak in it.
Okay.
Oh my god, you don't know why she...
She was trying to leave. What do you mean?
Okay, there. Oh, I'm supposed to know everything, and the fact that... He, like, all of the other times when he's done this sort of laugh, he's at least been semi-going off about it or having a quick little chuckle. This is something that he actually seems shocked to see. Shock is not one of the things you've seen yet.
Am I missing something? I mean, we were just random slaves. It seems kind of...
Maybe I'll tell you when you're older.
Alright, yeah, sure, you do that.
Oh man.
Yeah, so,
You don't think that with all the other dozens of slaves who ran off and happened to survive, that something was a little weird about... such a... no, I'm gonna hold that one. That's so much better, keeping it a secret. Oh, man.
Yeah, sure.
I'll get
Anyway.
you your testimony. Maybe you can ask that fine lady up there the real reason she got fucking butchered. Oh man. Oh, I hope I get to see that.
Wait. The real reason. Or if the guy peers forward. What are you talking about?
Anything else y'all want to know, or is he looking over to Shunha? You still got yours if you want anything out of it. Otherwise, y'all are gonna have to run up there pretty soon. Cause by my guess, in a few more minutes, she's about to call for a few extra arms, considering no one's reported back.
Oh, okay, jolly then.
Anything you can actually tell me that I'd be interested in?
Have you modified her? As he sort of looks up and sort of narrows his eyes.
I didn't, at the very least. But I won't say she wasn't. He's thinking a little bit towards Shunha. My guess is most of the things I'd want to tell you are things that he, as he gestures over to Darius, wouldn't want me to. But I guess that's something for him to give permission on, not me.
As long as it doesn't jeopardize my own life, feel free to tell me.
Well then, I guess I'll head out and y'all can get back to your oh so exceptionally time-sensitive mission, which I'm looking at about 4 minutes before she gets a little suspicious, so good luck. And he starts walking away with a little bit more of the... Huh?
he's just gonna say, luck has never been on our side, as he walks away.
He has his back turned to you as he starts walking down, a little bit of the blood trailing behind before he touches the red table and disappears.
Oh joy. Another one. Oh, before I forget, I did want to, and he's just going to yoink yoink as he moves away.
Would you like to hold up here for a moment? I will.
Yeah, sure.
I will retcon that to give it a little bit of extra time, actually, because 4 minutes too tight for the upcoming stuff. So I'll say like 20 minutes.
Lol.
Give you a little bit of extra time because I need to do that for proper reasons. So the party does have a little bit of time to decompress and talk about it.
Yeah, so that happened.
I always feel Weasley and disgusting when I make deals with people like him.
Okay.
Do you want me to, so Rifter, as you're trying to grapple with some of the concepts and some of the struggles of remembering these, you're gradually piecing together more and more of the picture of what happened. And at the moment, it's exceptionally painful. You can choose to let it go and handle yourself a little bit easier. Or you can accept the pain and attempt to push through.
I'm sorry, what?
Thank you,
Or you
BBQ.
can attempt to push through the pain and actually
Oh, sorry, I didn't
have a
realize
better
I
chance
wasn't
at-
muted. Had I been muted this entire time?
Depends on how long this entire time is.
Like, 5 minutes, roughly?
Yeah.
Fuck.
You can either choose to push through the pain a little bit and attempt to understand more of the picture, or you can try to insulate yourself with a little bit of ignorance and try to hide it again.
Okay. I guess I'll just try to figure out what's going on then.
The part that everyone's been told at the very least is that when she got put down outside, it was brutal and it was violent. Rifter, around that time, being a wee youngling, wasn't necessarily the most stealthy, but a good candidate for when that started would probably be around then. He had never been allowed downstairs. He had never went downstairs, down here, except for that singular time. When they took her downstairs, he followed suit, sneaking down the winding staircase and attempting to see if he could potentially do something. He'd obviously heard about all the people who could do resurrection magic. Who knows, maybe there would just be a single person. He could just, give him a little bit of kung fu, knock him out, and take care of him, and maybe somehow run his mom to safety. It doesn't matter if he wasn't thinking the most clearly. I mean, it's a traumatic experience he's going through, trying to figure out what he can. And coming down here, eventually gets to the point where they set her down right there and just start absolutely eviscerating her and separating her into different parts. When he got found out, he got taken back upstairs and had a whole shit ton of beatings, and now that you're really diving all the way through it, you seem to recall having a helmet on you for just a second before you're back to working another day. Parentheses, you're realizing some of your memories were tampered with.
Yeah. He's like slowly beginning to fade. As if just says, but I was outside. The world was. Would I, having been on this adventure.exe, would I now remember anything about a thing like that? Like, would I have encountered a what's the word I'm looking for? A helm of that persuasion across my journeys?
Yeah. There was one in Chibalo for sure.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think they did what they had done before with the. Rifter kind of holds his head. He kind of leans it up against the wall. Mom. And he starts walking back, all the way back to the jar. And then eventually, after walking, he begins to do a full sprint as fast as he can back towards the jar.
Lord's gonna follow as fast as he can, although it's not nearly fast enough.
Yeah, Darius is also kind of matching pace.
He's gonna go ahead and shatter the jar.
The beak falls right into your hands. The goo burns a little bit, but otherwise, most of it falls to the ground, and it's just crying. But at the moment, it quickly shifts from cries of tears and pain to cries of almost relief I can feel your warmth. Oh, never thought I could. Never thought I could see you.
Rifter speaks in a very small Corin speech that he has not used with his friends. It is an unfamiliar voice. The tone sounds something, because from what I've been told, Corin sounds something along the lines of like whispering or something like that, like weird whistling sounds. So it's like whoop, whoop, something along those lines. But much more, almost like inhumanly high pitch.
And now, as opposed to the other times where only Rifter could hear it, when it responds in kind, the rest of them are able to hear it as well as the beaks themselves actually move.
What did they do?
Darling, it's so dark. How long has it been? Are they still treating you well? Or how long? And more other incoherent concepts and words.
Rifter explains to her in a variety of new and differing voices that are unfamiliar that it's been a long time.
I don't know, but are you okay?
I'm all right.
Are you safe? Darling?
No, it's me. Rifter doesn't have any words. He just holds the tiny little beak. He gets on his knees and he cries. He doesn't do anything else. He's very silently sobbing as he doesn't have anything to do. He just puts it back on the pedestal and he just goes in a corner as unseen as he can possibly be.
So are you not currently holding it?
Not right now.
Okay. As you start to set it down on the pedestal, the warmth of it begins to leave you as it sits on the pedestal, and there's a little bit of emptiness as the warmth of almost feeling a soul from it is left from your hands, and you have your time to contemplate and think.
After a brief while, Rifter gets back up, and there is a newfound bloodlust in his eyes. He takes the beak in his hand, and he's not even sure what to do with it. He, like, for a second, contemplates, and then he hands it to Lorik. He says, "You've been here for me this whole time. I need you to do one more favor for me.
What do you need from me?
Keep her safe."
I will, to the best of my ability.
I know you will. And he walks past
Hold
the
up.
rest.
Before Rifter is able to walk past Lord, kind of just squeezes him in a bit of a bear hug.
He reciprocates. He does give him a hug back, but it's very quick. It's very brief. Let's go kill these fuckers.
All right.
Out of character, I'm going to ask for a pause for a bit because Hawk was here for a moment, but he needs just another moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use that time to use the bathroom and get a drink.
I'm gonna go use that time to use the drink and get a bathroom.
I guess intermission.
Intermission switch. Yeah. I should switch to that. Hey, we're back. We're also going back in time just a touch. Right now, we have a servant running through the hall, and they start to come up right face to face with Dyer, who, while he was watching the rear entrance to make sure that nobody came and snuck up on the group, he now obviously easily hears the footsteps of somebody running up, and is gonna be trying to escape back down that path. How do you react? You've recently
I was
gotten...
like, whoa. Hey there, lady. Can I help you? Where are you going?
She takes a few steps back because she doesn't know who you are. I'm just trying to go down there for my regular cleaning.
Gonna go clean. Oh, you must be me.
Her eyes just narrow, and she's like, "What?"
Yeah, because I just came from down there. Have you been down there?
No.
No? Ah, that explains why you're alive. That's inconvenient.
Pretty soon after, like probably about 45 seconds later, maybe a little longer, another one comes running down, and the same story plays out, and the two of them are warring amongst each other.
So did the party tell Dyer to like make sure that they don't do that, or is this just Dyer?
It was, hey,
Yep.
don't let them do that because they will absolutely probably get marked parentheses.
Okay, so Dyer says,
Because you remember the big Dingleberry guy, right?
yeah.
Dinkelberg.
The
I
diddler.
fucking hate Dingleberry, dude. He looks trying to scam my brother. I look
Trying.
I look at the two ladies and I'm like, yeah, so you saw my friends down there. I mean, up there, right? The handsome looking guys, strangely murderous looking.
They shake their head.
Wait, so they didn't see like the party?
They did.
Shake their
Inside-
head means one of two things.
Yeah,
At
they shake their
opposites.
head yes.
Oh, of course. Do I need to insight check them, or do I feel like they're actually saying yes, or
They're exceptionally worried. You can go ahead and roll an insight if you'd like.
yes? Let's see if my insane perception lets me know that they are worried.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Wow, that makes sense. I'll tell them.
They start to crack a little and explain that they told them to run away.
Oh, yeah. Not okay. So here's the thing: if you run this way, the only thing you'll find is this big boom, and he eats people. So, and you guys are people. So my job here is to not let you guys run that way. And I know it might seem like I'm just trying to mug you or anything, but hey, listen. I got nothing to lose. If you go down there, you're gonna get eaten by goon. If you stay here, you can probably fight me off. I'm not that strong.
The
But I'm
older
just
one
suggesting,
starts
don't
to
go down there. That's my only job to prevent you from coming over here.
The older one starts to steel themselves a little bit from the situation and seems to be like trying to come up with a plan. The younger one, like as you start going into the and it eats people and you're people, their eyes are just full of worry and and their hands just go to their head and they're just like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
He has a younger one, like the more worried one.
Okay.
What's her name?
That's Aline.
Wait, how do you spell it?
Aline.
Aline. Okay.
Lean.
Aline. Look, Harden. What do you do when you're in a stressful situation?
Yeah, she's purple. She decides to be purple when she's in a stressful situation.
Well, that's as a changeling, I relate.
As she's struggling to breathe enough, she starts to turn a little bit purple.
Oh
The
no.
drank.
She's just struggling to respond. Even.
She's not breathing well, but the other one starts to help calm her down and get the situation under control before asking you, well, if we're not supposed to go there and the other way is complete disaster.
Sarah thinks about it. That's a good point. Why would my teammates tell me to not let them run this way? Darius like, Does Dyer have so the Zeus go in?
Zeus was with them, yes, but he has, as of now, probably returned.
I look at Zeus and basically told him, "Yo, Zeus, the party told these people to run down this way." And I tell them this. I asked them this like very
Rifter
open.
did, but Rifter isn't always the most capable of thinking of long-term plans now, is he, brother? He's wanting them not to get hurt by being in the vicinity, but of course, we don't want them, my newfound friend probably would not take it so kindly.
That's true. But do you think we can, maybe if we're there, we can get these people out here alive? I mean,
I think it's best if simply they wait.
all right.
They don't
He
seem to
turns
be in any
the-
rush. I doubt they'll come
turns to
down
the
here if
workers.
things do go wrong.
And he says, "All right. So seems like if you run down there, there's a big monsters. If big goon, sorry. And then if you go down the door, my friends are probably trying to cause a little bit of a kerfuffle. So if you guys wanna, we got cards." And he pulled up cards.
The group plays cards. They engage with you and lose severely multiple times, but that's okay because they're figuring it out, and it's doing a good job at teaching them how to play Blugio. And so as you go along,
man.
Blugio's canon?
Holy shit,
Yo.
Blugio just
listen,
Multiversal
Blugio is a
card game?
multiversal set. It infects everything it comes across. The slightest speck spreads in them more.
Guys,
So it's like
new
the
lore
mushroom
drops. Blugio confirmed.
This is
After a
good
little
time.
bit, you hear the sound of breaking glass in the other room.
I look at Zeus and say, "Go," and I tell him, "Hey, go check it out."
Right.
And then as that happens, he looks at the lady and says, "Well, if that's the sound of breaking glass, that probably means that we should be there." Anyways, I would say remember the rules, but I don't think it really matters. Hopefully you guys had fun.
Well, that's not very inspiring confidence.
It inspired
He's
me.
not a confident man. He's just going.
He's just going.
He's just going.
Well, you start to cross into the other room, and
Yeah.
you see the scene
Keep running forward.
as Rifter has a very somber look on his face. A lot of the other people have very serious looks on the face. No one is talking, and it's a very slow moment. It feels like it lasts a minute.
He slowly walks in and sneaks up, basically behind Spoon. On the opposite side of Richter, he says, "Hello."
Darius sort of turns and in a swift motion moves out and points his lance like very rapidly because he was not expecting it. Oh, and as he like sort of drops it and it goes back like phases to the floor. God,
It's the same time.
can't do that.
Give me a minute. Lork is going to basically dump the contents of his actual tinderbox into his bag and gently place the beak in the tinderbox and close the box to keep it nice and secure.
Understandable.
And then put the box back in the bag.
He looks at Richter, who you described as the most distressed, and says, "Whoa, What happened while I was out there?
Rifter gives you a very dark scowl, and he just says, "They turned her into something. They did something to her, and I will kill each and every one of them."
I'll immediately look at whoever party member looks like they're looking at me.
Chad, no.
I immediately turn to like whoever looks like they can respond to me, like not because Rifter can't, but like like explanation kind of deal.
It's best not to explain now. We can piece things together later and explain once we actually have time. But time is at a premium right now.
Are you getting out of here?
No, not yet.
We have someone to kill, don't we, Rifter?
Perhaps several someones.
All of
The
them.
party begins walking. We got somebody to kill. Darius like, well, this is the familiar party, and he just follows.
Darius is going to lag back a little bit to walk side by side with Dyer as he continues on.
Darius catches it.
He's going to be very quiet as he's like walking a little bit further back, and we met with Sabron. He appeared.
I'll wait here for the rest of the party.
Who is that?
The slime is stuck in the wall.
No, baby.
What'd you say, Hawk?
Oh, who is that?
The prince, the one we've been hunting, the scion, the...
Oh, yeah, Zeus, fill me that. Fill me in.
Oh, shoot, I forgot. You've been gone for a while. Oh my. Regardless, major dickhead. The gist of it that happened, though, is he also, and he's kind of stepping forward, he also wants Andromache out of the picture. So he proposed that he helps us, takes his hands off of some of the stuff in our world, helps us with this kind of thing, and in turn we allow him to aid us when it comes time to deal with Andromache.
Don't we want to kill him?
Yes, and then we'll do that afterwards, but if there's a perfectly good sword, might as well use it.
That's true.
Doesn't matter if it's rusted. It's an additional sword. We can fix it later.
But why does he want the other guy out of the picture?
Because he doesn't like what Andromache is doing. He... So, this gets into the thing that I can't tell them, that I can tell you now, that I would prefer for dramatic effect. He sort of jazz hands. That,
I do like dramatic effect.
I hold off for you as well. Besides, if I tell you now and one of them is listening, if Strunhoff happens to catch a sound wave, he will disintegrate, so...
I don't want that. He's way too young for that.
True. He hasn't even become 2 liches yet.
True. Whole life ahead of him.
2 of them.
Unlike.
And then he increases his pace to remap.
Yeah.
As you cross forward, you see that there's a strange dude who's just sitting there taking watch, reading a book, who doesn't seem to notice any of you. That part's kind of funny to you, Dar.
Tyler just says, hey, as he walks back.
He's a little indisposed.
Oh. Well, get better.
As Rifter gets to the top of the stairs and he peeks his way in, the rooms instantly become recognizable. The walls that he's traveled along, the floors that he's carried upon, and the ceilings that he's looked upon are all instantly recognizable and understandable. Leading the way, given that it's a fairly low density for this time of night, there seems to be a few cooks going about doing a mild amount of cooking, but nothing that the party as a whole, with Rifter's guidance, wouldn't be able to absolutely easily avoid and properly man their way through. Would you mind giving me a nature check and an investigation check, Rifter?
Sure thing. Not a nature check. I'm not too good at those. All right.
Rolls an 18.
I roll a waifu check to turn him into a body pillow.
Ooh, that isn't good. But hey, investigation.
Hey,
Okay,
all right. Some is good enough.
All right, cool.
You manage to track your way down to where you hear the voice of two particularly, I will use the term despised in this situation, women, as both Lillian and Samantha are there discussing something in the nearby room. You have the opportunity to wait for just a moment as a few servants leave the room and begin heading back to the kitchen to gather some more supplies.
I will wait until I believe that they are all alone, and then I will come kill them.
All right.
You will what?
I will come.
Your
He's
wait
coming
is
into
well
a
warranted, as even after the first two have well on made their way, a third exits and make their way past before you take your steps forward.
Okay. Once they are gone, Rifter beelines for Lillian. He is immediately going to look for a stab into her jugular.
Well, the party is here.
Here we go.
Oh, okay, I guess.
Is this what you would like? You do have the element of
if I can
surprise.
approach from a different angle, I want to approach from this side.
I mean, sure. Like you are currently.
I see. I see. We're coming from the walls. Okay. Makes
Yeah.
sense.
I mean, this is a doorway.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna go around. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought these was walls. I realized now that's a carpet. Yeah. I'm just gonna dash at her, and well, actually, no. Actually, that's stupid because I shouldn't get to melee range. I'm actually just gonna throw my dagger of bloodletting at her.
Valid. That's it.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So 36 damage.
As the sound starts to be made, she starts to turn for the briefest moment. Oh no, we don't. And it hits her straight through the side of her neck, and she starts grasping it as Samantha immediately reaches forward to her and starts putting her hands on the wound as well, and you see a bit of glowing energy from it.
What you did, what you have done, there can be no mercy.
What is the rest of the party doing? You are canonically just outside the corner of the room.
Darius definitely just like his whip is out, his boomerang is out. That sounds weird, and he's just very ready because he knows how Rifter acts, and he wants to make sure that everybody that needs to die dies.
Darius is going to. See, now I can't decide if I want to hang back with the rest of the party or actually make a defensive front for Rifter. Darius is going to round the corner and stand at the ready, but at the ready is in like arms crossed. He can summon his weapon whenever he wants, but just watching, respecting Rifter's like individuality at the moment.
Since Rifter and Darius have the inside of the room well in hand, Lorik is going to be guarding the outside with Dyer in case something happens.
Okay, then the last question is Junha.
I'll hang just outside the room and make sure that anything that needs to be counterspelled will be counterspelled.
Okay.
Darius is actually going to, if there's like enough time for it after like the like while it's going on, he's actually just going to pull one of the chairs and sit in it as he waits and watches.
Yeah, plenty. Well, the two of you can roll initiative if you would like, then. Or wait, yes. Okay.
Schernhoff went in.
Yeah, that's literally just Rifter then. Roll
Yeah.
me initiative and I'll tell you if you're higher or lower.
All right.
Oh, can I roll as well?
God damn,
sure.
dude. You hate to see it.
Darius does say, I'm going to let you do this one. Tell me if you want me.
So Samantha goes first, and she is lay on handsing her mother. And then readying her, she draws her sword and readies it to attempt to deflect incoming attacks.
Okay, is that her whole action?
Yep.
Lay on hands is an action, so.
Okay, yeah, no, I just wanted. I didn't know if she had some sort of special thing. I did not assume player mechanics of an NPC.
Fair.
Fucking. Okay, Rifter is going to go ahead, and I think that is good enough to use my bloodletting passive.
Yeah,
so
valid.
yeah. Let me see. So it's that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that I take the entire damage, so that next round, as a bonus action, I can deal that damage. to her
Even
again?
this round as a bonus action. Like just
Okay.
any round as a bonus action. It could be the same round.
Is it the whole damage or just the sneak attack?
The whole damage.
Okay, in that case, let me do some quick maths. I don't know what 82 minus 36 is off the top of my head. Actually,
46, I believe.
never mind. I just realized that would put me at half HP.
Yep.
Yeah.
What do you mean 5's above half?
Instead, I'm gonna go ahead and let me see. So, yeah. I could do this. Awesome, cool. Rifter's gonna go ahead and walk over to Samantha, and oh wait, no, they're actually no, they are
Within
together.
5 feet of each other.
Yeah.
So are you
Could
still walking here?
I guess not. Could I do could I duck underneath the table and then try to swipe at her from beneath them? There,
Sure.
try to get like sneak
Go ahead
attack?
and give me an acrobatics.
Okay.
Alright, go ahead and give me an attack, and I will have a -5 DM for them.
A -5?
To their
Wait.
AC.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just. Yeah, cool. I'm assuming that hits.
That's a hit.
Okay, so this is not with sneak attack. This is just a normal attack. Or, I'm asking the DM here.
This is a normal attack.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm just gonna swipe at her for 9,
Okay.
and then from there, I'm gonna go ahead and. I guess I do have extra attack. Could I do it again, like with another acrobatics check?
I mean, you're still down there. You can do it again. Like you're just
Okay, cool.
attacking with both as you go.
Yeah. I'm just gonna strike again with the dagger of
That's a
return.
hit.
Okay, cool. All right, 11. Okay, cool. And before Rifter is I'm gonna go ahead and try to duck underneath the table, to like hide and try to keep my position unawares. If I can do that, I don't know if that's.
I would say
doable.
that it's exceptionally troll to assume that you'd be able to, but.
All right. Dude, I'm small. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. In that case, I'm just gonna fuck off to. I don't know if you
You're
moved
probably
me
like
or...
somewhere here under the table.
Okay.
Because you did a slide and all that.
Okay. In that case, how much movement would you say I got? That would be.
You probably got like 5 or 10 from here.
Yeah, I got 5. Yeah. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna crawl a little bit underway. Actually, before I do that, I'm just gonna say, you don't have to do this. You can just surrender, and then I can take my revenge. And I'm gonna go ahead and crawl from there. And that's gonna be my turn.
Dire. Dire. Dia.
Offer.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I ready action after them and see what's up. I'm just initiative just in case like something shit hits the fan. I didn't really mean to like.
Something shits the fan.
Something hits the fan.
So what's the condition? What's the trigger?
Shit hits the fan.
Okay, what's the response to the trigger?
I throw my shit. Cross boomerang.
Gotcha.
They retaliate. If the enemy casts harms Rifter with a harmful spell or effect, I hit him with a cross boomerang.
Samantha drags Lillian, who's still gasping for air and trying to get a hold of the situation despite the healing, puts them in the corner and readies themselves towards you, and you see as they crush a stone which dissolves into the ground.
Okay.
Sword readied towards you. It is your go.
She's gonna pop up on the dining table. How bad does she look?
She is on the verge of collapsing into unconsciousness.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna target her. I would like to throw my dagger of returning and a normal dagger at her. I'm gonna move over to this side before I do that. Get a clear shot. Like Rifter just zooms over and quickly throws his dagger of returning, his normal dagger. I'm gonna go ahead and throw that with the sharpshooter bonus.
Okay.
For the first one, I mean. I think I'll do sharpshooter bonus. So -5 to this. I can't figure out the command for it.
We'll just do the math.
Yeah. So 12.
She steps forward and blocks it as she swipes it out of the air.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna go ahead and just do my normal one. No sharpshooter this time. Oh my god!
Situation where she raises up her forearm, which is clad in a very now wide extended steel gauntlet that's forming a bit of a hand shield, almost a buckler, which she uses to block it as it falls to the ground.
Okay. Rifter and he's getting very frustrated at this point. For my bonus action, I would like to bring my dagger of returning to my hand, and I'm going to go ahead and take 2 steps back with the remainder of my movement. And before I end my turn, he just says, "You have no idea what they've taken from me! Give her to me!" And yeah, that's that.
There are no words said. She holds her ground, and you see as parts of them begin to disappear into this blue mist.
At this point, as I see that, I look to Darius and I give a nod.
Don't know at what point he would stand up.
You can go and interject yourself into the tornado right now.
He stands up immediately, full permission. He says out loud,
"Absolutely, just kill them."
He moves in. Actually, just for the cool shit. -4. Boon of Passage. Straight here, so there's no real reaction time for her. And following Rifter's lead, he is targeting the injured one.
Okay, go for it. She attempts to get in front of that one, but she's too slow given the blink, and so she's unable to block the first one. Are you doing anything else to that?
Seeing it connect, that's all he needs, and he is going to... Hold on, I gotta check what... Never mind, he's not going to do anything else. He is going to attack again.
Okay.
Yeah!
Ooh. She is collapsed onto the ground, and he is struggling and clamoring to try to stay conscious and awake as she's on the floor, back to the corner, like sprawling.
And then he is going to target her with the end of his lance.
At this point, they have managed to move in and block the way.
No, Lillian. No, the other one.
Samantha.
Samantha, not Lillian. I don't remember the names. Samantha.
As the attack is coming in directly at her, she manages to move her blade in the way and parry and deflect it.
Okay. AC is high. Got it. Upon which he does take a step back.
she continues to hold her ground and hold on to the other one as they begin to be about halfway incorporeal at this time.
Can Lork interject himself into the turn order?
If someone calls out to him, because right now you're
Okay.
watching outside, you don't know how it's going.
Right. Yep. I forgot.
Rifter, it's your go.
Okay. Yeah. At this point, could I still use bloodletting, or is that something that I'd have to
You would have had to have done that at the time.
Okay, damn, unlucky.
The
Okay,
blade
and
is
that
here though on the ground.
okay. Well, I can't do that for that because I am going to go ahead and take the aim action, so I can go ahead and get advantage. Oh wait, actually, let me make sure I'm within range. So I just realized I think I am, but yeah, I'm within range. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take the aim action and get advantage.
Please do so.
Does a 23 hit?
It would hit her, so it hits Samantha. Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay. That's 42.
Yeah, that's painful. It goes straight way through her breastplate.
Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and throw a normal dagger. That is a natural 20.
That's pretty bad. Roll for it.
Okay, cool.
Oh, wait a minute. Sneak attack should be 9d6 since you're level 17, not 8d6.
Oh, it should be not. Oh, shit.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
thought
the issue was
another
16d6.
Alright, I'll roll 2 more d6. Yeah.
3 from your first attack too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, true.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, 8. Fuck!
She is barely standing as it goes like pretty much square on into her chest, and she's basically holding on just out of pure motivation at this point.
Dire shit seems to be hitting the fan.
Well, but if you turn to Dire, right, like Richard's all the way on the other side of the room. Dire is just like it's drifters.
Rifter, they are quickly beginning to dissipate into mist.
Rifter is gonna go ahead and run at them.
You took the aim.
Oh yeah, no,
action,
you're
though.
right. You're right. True.
So
I
what's
can't
he
move.
what's he gonna call out?
Dire see that they're.
In that case, I'm just gonna call. Help! I need you! They're getting away!
Alright, can I use my radiate action and then my second turn?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna throw 4 things at her. 5.
The whole bag.
Random
Yes,
bullshit.
actually, how does... I feel like, yeah, I'll just do that.
The first one she manages to swipe out. The rest of them,
Holy
the
shit.
other 2 miss. The third one, or the fourth one hits. Roll for the acid flask. In the cross boomerang.
Oh, yeah, that's not a lot of damage. I realized I didn't have sneak attack.
Rip.
Is that the entirety of your turn? Your
I
turns?
I believe so, yeah.
As she's veering on the edge of consciousness, you see as she begins to straighten herself up and just completely braces as they're about 3/4 intangible at this point. This may be a good time to call for some of the people who have Dispel Magic to do so.
Yeah.
And
Lorak!
then... Go for Lorak!
Lork kind of bursts into the room with
Dispel! He literally says just that word and points at it.
Lork just points his sword at them, turns it in his hand, and kind of yanks on the threads of magic with it.
What
with
level?
3rd level spell magic.
Alright.
Let's go.
That is enough. It breaks, and all of a sudden they're completely snapped back into reality. Whoops, there goes gravity.
Oh.
So, Darius, that means it's yours.
Oh, true.
He's going to look at Rifter, and sort of like, now that they're gone, he's unsure if he should continue, or now that they're not gone, he's
Rifter
unsure.
shakes his head. He says, "No, we have them."
He drops his lance. It disappears, and he moves back to the chair that he has set out.
Well, then, Rifter, it's yours.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and let's see. What can I do? What can I do here? I feel like. Oh, wait. No, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. I pull out my blowgun. I would like to take the aim action. I'm going to go ahead and strike friggin' Samantha with the necrotic poison.
Okay, please do.
Alright. I'm assuming a 26 hits, or 28.
It does, even though she attempts to dissuade it, it manages to go through.
Okay. That is 37 damage plus the necrotic. I wrote down the rules here. When you attack with or make an attack roll with a weapon applied with this or other effect application, the target takes 2d10 necrotic damage. Roll. Okay, so that's 2d10. So 11.
All right.
And then rolls 3d6 necrotic damage.
We'll go ahead and roll that.
Yeah,
right.
10. And then they need to make
the
a con
was
save.
a fail. So
Okay.
that's going to be a pain.
So they take that. And now I'm going to go ahead and... Actually, can you target different enemies with the aim action? Or does that have to be the same one?
The same one.
Okay.
I think steady aim or whatever it is just your attacks for that turn.
Okay. Cool.
I might be mistaken.
Let me Google it. Oh, okay. Cool.
You're not aim actioning. You're using steady aim. You're using.
Oh, I didn't know there was a
Steady
difference.
aim, aim isn't an action. It's a cunning action called steady aim.
Oh, all right. Well, all right. Okay. Either way, I'm gonna go ahead and fire the next. Actually, do I have? Let me just make sure of what darts I have. Okay, no. I got plenty of necrotic. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hit Lillian with the next one. Does a 21 hit?
It does.
Okay, cool. That's that plus 2d10 and 3d6. And I need her to make a con save.
As Samantha steps forward into it and just takes a few steps forward, both of them are now unconscious. Samantha is quickly dying as a result of having multiple of those in her, but she's kind of the less important one to you anyway.
Yeah, kind of is.
What's the story with these two?
This is the spawn of Philip. And as he points to Samantha. And this is Lillian Vulstrum.
For a few seconds, Lillian's able to have her eyes open, but then it closes out again and she's gone, and she's able to barely look for another half second before she's quickly fading in and out of consciousness.
Okay, here's what I'm going to attempt to do. Rifter wants her to be awake for this. So, is there using the poisonous kit, could he administer a quick, like, treatment? Not necessarily an antidote, but like, or even an antidote if it'll get her up.
She doesn't have poison on her.
Oh, she doesn't have poison on her. Okay.
No, she just got fucking hit in the jugular from that first shot, and that almost downed her.
Alright, in that case, I look to Lork and I say, get her up.
Alright then. Lork is going to cast... What's up?
Before like Lork casts like his magic, Darius is gonna just come up and just slap some anti-magic shackles on her.
Wise.
Smart.
All right. And he's going to cast Spare the Dying, so that is the 4d8.
If you choose to.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. I don't need to. So basically just getting her
No.
stable.
That would have full healed her.
Oh, she only has 30 HP?
Lol.
Do you want a
Love
full
out.
healer?
Nah.
Alright. Man, Lorik healing Vulstrums for the second time. At least this time he learned his lesson.
True.
If I had a nickel every time I healed someone that Rifter wanted to brutally murder, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Classic.
So she's up?
She's fluttering back into consciousness. Daria says you look Samantha is on the verge of death as well.
He looks over at Rifter. This one.
He thinks about it, and he says, and you see, as he's about to throw a dagger, no, I will not stain my vengeance with something unjust. She was defending her mother.
He reaches down. Yeah, he reaches down and uses 5 land hands points to cleanse the poison first and foremost.
Roll me a religion. Actually, sorry, just roll me a charisma. Just because that's
Okay.
your spellcasting modifier.
Can I just add that? I was gonna say, never mind. I already rolled a new thing.
What can you add?
I was just gonna say, can I just add the 5 to the thing I already rolled? But I rolled
Gotcha.
something new anyways.
It is not enough to cure the poison.
Oh shit! Well,
And I up that. Do I know how much I would need to cure that poison?
It is a very, 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 very fucking potent poison. Like one of the most deadly ones in the world. Right, that's why he had it, is because it's the fucking shitter. Right.
true.
Well, unfortunately, I think you've already tainted it. I don't know if there's much I can do for it.
Well, that's unfortunate.
I don't think my magics can really do anything here. I'm mostly tapped out.
Can I see it? Would lesser restoration do something for it?
It would. Would you like to give me a charisma again?
Yes. Jesus Christ.
Keep going down.
I wasted it with my 17.
No, she is good now.
Oh,
She,
Oh,
she has
lol?
been cured of it.
Base.
And then he's like,
Parentheses, those were both enough to allow her the opportunity to make the con save.
I see.
She reaches out with her arm, like reaching out into the distance, and then she's on the ground fully unconscious, but at least stabilized. Lillian is arriving too.
Rifter is going to go ahead and drag her over and tie her up on the chair. The nearest one.
Okay.
Darius
She already
is-
has her anti-magic shackles on, so it's very easy to do so.
All right, cool. We're just gonna say we put her in this chair or that chair. Yeah, that works too. Whatever.
While this is happening, Darius is disarming, pulling the gear off of, basically making it so that if she does get up, she won't be a threat.
Yeah.
To
Understood.
it's S name.
And so she's fully conscious at this point.
She's close enough.
Arriving to.
And he's gonna go ahead and tap her cheek with like the flat of his dagger and says, "Wake up, dearie." Oh, you
It's
have no.
It's enough to shock her awake.
You have no idea how long I have been contemplating this day. When I would finally have you where I want you. So, we're going to have a talk, you and I, about how to undo something you've taken from me, and I won't take from you. And he points over to Samantha.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So can Dyer whisper to Darius without half-dead Lillian hearing this?
Sure.
He's gonna tell Darius, let's drag her outside.
He nods, and with his assistance, he will.
We drag her outside, and while like Rifter's doing like putting Lily on the chair, and then Dyer will shift into her and walk in and tell Darius to drag him back in unconscious. So we can do some, I don't know, we can go with the flow, but he basically tells Darius, hey, if Rifter wants to intimidate her using something, I think it'll be very useful if I am Samantha. He asks Darius' opinion because
He nods.
Darius is not smart.
He nods and
Okay.
says, "I'm going to make this convincing. I'm sorry."
He says, it's okay, I'm a healthy boy, I eat all my greens. He takes off like most of the Dyer stuff, right? And he just looks raggedy as fuck because, granted, that's just how he looks like without the coat.
All right. He is going to drag them back into the room and set him up in the chair right here.
So as he does so and actually places Samantha in the chair, that's when you're able to give your line about
Party collusion moment.
Yeah. The line.
Yeah, so he points over at who he genuinely does believe to be Samantha.
Ask your questions.
My mother. What did you do to her?
I had her killed. Is that what you want to hear?
Oh, really? Lord? And he calls for the Dragonborn.
On my way.
Give her to me.
Lork hands Rifter the repurposed tinderbox.
And he goes ahead and he opens it up and he presents the beak. And my memory was that you could hear it as long as it was out and about. So I'm assuming
other people were able to hear it when it was in its native tongue. If it's talking in like normal, you're the only person able to hear it.
Okay. In that case, he is going to go ahead and Incorn Orin ask his mother to speak up for us.
A little bit of that happens, and Lillian simply responds, I wouldn't want that harlot alive in any capacity, let alone this.
Rifter is going to punch her for that. Yeah, that's a punch worthy.
Yeah, valid.
Darius at the comment is going to also, with just a stray knife, just draw a cut on the cheek of Dyer, making sure that the mother's watching. One strike.
Oh my god!
Ouch! That's a punch. It's a fucking punch. All
yeah.
right.
So yeah, I'm gonna assume Rifter just punches her in the jugular.
So yeah, she's unconscious again.
God damn it!
All right. Give me a moment.
As she goes unconscious, he's gonna heal that and say, "Okay, she didn't see it."
Lork can cast
like,
Spare the
ow.
Dying again without actual healing.
Yeah. A few minutes pass in somewhat of a comedic torture moment. You need to be less good at your job, damn it.
Yeah, I know. I can't help it if I crit.
No, I should. If this happens again, I'm giving actual healing so that this doesn't keep happening.
Yeah, my bad.
I like how we're having like a behind the scenes moment in front of her like half dead body, and we're like, oh, we fucked that up. Ah, shit.
That's
Okay,
bad.
bring
Hold
it
on,
back
I
up.
have to roll something.
Uh-oh.
That is a... All right. She is still unconscious after the healing.
God damn it. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, in that case, I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm gonna go ahead and break out my last healing potion.
Darius is going to speak up. We don't have a lot of time. You remember, she called for backup.
I know.
Continue this downstairs, away from where they would expect.
That's
got a
good
point.
Buy ourselves some more time.
Here,
All right.
I'll take her.
Yeah.
As
Well, just
she,
kind of flings her over his shoulder.
as you
Oh,
do
we're
so,
doing-
you
okay.
notice that even though obviously you're unconscious, your body still has a little bit of movement to try to keep yourself steady when you're moved like that. She doesn't have any of that. Her neck just bobs a little bit.
Rifter, I think you killed her.
All right. We'll just have to ask
She
the
is
other
breathing.
Oh,
It seemed
wait.
he seems to have broken part of her neck.
No,
Hmm.
no, not killed. You. I think you may have just paralyzed her.
Parentheses. It's really funny that your wounds for both of them were exactly the same. Like exactly the same rolls.
True.
Wait, he also like broke the neck of the
Yes.
daughter.
A Volstrum.
Yep,
Yeah.
Philip.
Dude,
You
Rift is
can't make
brutal.
this shit up, man.
Dude, it was meant to be.
It was meant to be.
All right, we can figure out what we want to do about that later.
I will
for
say,
Right.
breaking their neck by shooting your crossbow at it is way lamer than breaking their neck by punching them in the fucking
Oh
jugular.
my god.
Especially as someone who has 8 strength.
Yeah. I do no way this works.
All
One
right,
punch bird.
As we're going out, as Rifter's leading us out, Darius is going to speak up and say, "By the way, this is Dire." So,
Wait,
Yeah, so basically, you see some man that basically say, "Hello."
but I fucking it isn't too happy about that.
Listen, hey,
Still here.
whatever to get her to talk.
Yeah, so why don't we use her actual daughter?
Because I thought you wanted to keep her. Oh, because that way we can get her to scream without having to actually kill her.
Have leverage
I
without
like the
any moral
adjustment.
pain.
Because if she goes, then at least I need another Vulstrum to tell me how to undo what I've done.
Yeah, that's how we can't have the other one die. But I can take a punch.
All right, fine. For good measure, Rifter is going to go ahead and uncork the dart that he has, and he's going to go ahead and drain in the mouth of Samantha basilisk poison, which the only rules I was given was that it immobilizes.
Yeah, they
So-
auto fail because they are,
unconscious.
Yeah. So they don't turn to stone, but they are completely, absolutely paralyzed. Like
Cool.
super duper. Like it's not just they're not getting signals, it's literally their muscles are hardening. And so it's a little bit difficult for you to move them out of their position.
I'm gonna think about this.
Yumby muscular calcification.
Now she's triple paralyzed.
But should I actually paralyze her?
Well, this was Samantha, right? Not Lillian?
Yeah. But he's
so
like,
both of them are double paralyzed.
but she could be a threat later down the line.
We've taken things off of her for now. She's restrained for now. We can get to that later. Focus on the actually important one first, please.
Okay. Yeah, Lord, you carry her.
Right.
Thank you.
If she has the chance to, she should live free of her family's influence. If she's done no harm to you, then I see no reason to do harm to her.
So yeah, I would like us to bring this all down to the area where my mom was unfortunately killed.
Oh boy, Yumby.
Blumbery.
Trauma.
There you go. Move on down.
Okay. Sorry, it was a blank screen on my end. It is okay. Yeah.
Go right.
Yeah. It's just okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. Awesome. Nutty. Yeah. If she still isn't awake, I'm gonna. Could I pour just part of the healing potion? To just get
She
her
is
up?
awake at this point.
Okay.
She is
cool,
also paralyzed from the neck down and struggling to breathe and talk.
Oh, we should have Samantha around the corner.
Okay.
Cool. We're just gonna go ahead and snap his fingers at her, like, "Hey, you awake? Hey, yeah. Don't disrespect me. I think you need to understand your situation here. I could kill your child. So, consider the following. You give me what I want, and I will give you a quick death."
No, I should.
You see as her head's barely able to move on the rock flooring, in which she nods yes.
Now, how do I undo?
Lord nods.
How did you do this? How did you contain my mother's soul?
I didn't do any of it. I wanted her as gone as I could. I never wanted to see her, hear her, or think of her ever again.
And why did you hate such a slave so much? We were just servants.
Because he fancied her.
Oh, disgusting. Oh. Well, that's an image I'm not going to unlive. Is that it? Is that all there was to it? Just petty?
I suppose, yes. He... I
Rifter starts
suppose he
snapping.
kept her as a keepsake.
All right. And let me ask, how, who would have been the person you would have gone to for this? If anybody was going to know how to do this, who would it have been?
There's an animist in Korheim that can trap recently deceased souls. If anyone could do it, he could have gone there.
Tell me his name. I want a name.
She struggles to come up with a name.
A location, anything. You gotta give me something more.
Off the main street, 2 blocks right of the Citadel, it's the second floor above. It was above a bakery. I don't know if it is anymore.
I'm sorry, for my sake, because I think you cut off for a second. Off the main street in the
Right,
Citadel.
so at the main street where the riot took place, the big building there is called the Citadel. They're saying to the right of that, you head down like 2 buildings or 2 blocks. I forget which I said. And then on the second floor above one of the bakeries, which may or may not be a bakery anymore.
Floors above a bakery. Question mark. Okay, thank you. All right. In that case, Rifter's going to go ahead and ask one more question. All right. And is there anything I need to know about? No. Isn't anything else involving her that I need to know? You need to tell me right now, and if I think you're lying, your girl's dead.
You already know everything I think of her. I'm sorry he took it out on you.
Rifter looks very surprised when she says this. What? You don't get to apologize to me. You stood there doing nothing.
She doesn't say any words.
Go on, you have nothing to say for yourself. Nothing to mention about how controlling, how manipulative, how brutal what you did to us, what your boy did. Killed him, by the way. Just thought you'd like to know.
Her eyes are twitching as her eyelids hold over it.
Rifter looks at her with intense hatred and anger. And as he pulls her up to his face, he says, "Now, unlike you, I keep my word. So you get a quick death, one like your boy." And he's going to go ahead and jam his knife as deep as he can into her heart.
It is certainly very easy to do so. And she is dead before she hits the ground.
At last. He wipes the blood off of his dagger and he walks away.
Seems there's only one name left on your list then.
Seems that way. But we got another bloke to potentially add.
Wait, we're
That's
just
the one.
leaving that there?
Oh, wait. Yeah, you're right. One more thing. And Rifter pulls out a sheet of paper and writes down Rifter CO2 on it and puts
Oh,
it
shit.
straight on her head. And he walks away.
Surprised you didn't do your thing with the blade. Is that only for specific ones?
She wasn't important enough. She was there. She was on the list. But she wasn't someone he knew. Not really.
You know, it's... Well, as much as this is your problems to deal with, I would like to ask, what did the girl do to you? What was her part in all of this?
She got in the way. I can't say she was particularly nice to me. I didn't really know her that well, but if it meant going through her to get to her, then fuck it, so be it.
So then she's not on your list?
Not the same way. It's
Then
different.
I would ask, for now at least, for when she wakes up, you don't get involved. She's going to be irrational, she's going to be hateful. I want to give her a real chance, not one that is consumed by momentary anger at the murder of her mother. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. Bloke kills your mum, you're probably gonna be angry.
He nods. If you truly care about making a difference, her getting a second chance is the best way to do that. And he raises his eyebrows. Taking away that second chance if she abuses it also is.
Yeah. I have people to talk to after all this is over.
He nods. Would you prefer I do this alone, or would you like me have other people when I speak to her?
I just want to be in the room and eavesdrop, a flower on the wall.
I would ask you try and stay out of sight. You can be in the room, but...
Rifter is gonna go ahead and hide.
Darius is just going to sit down, like on the wall, on the edge, and wait.
Oh, whoops, that should be with advantage. 27.
Can I ask for some time alone here? I can help move Samantha if need be.
We're just waiting right now.
Right.
I'm going to speak with her. There are rooms that you can stay in if you would like time alone.
All right.
And if you'd like to speak with me, I can.
No, it's not that.
All right. I am here.
Thank you. Lork is going to drag Lillian's body into the side room. And close the door behind him. And he's going to cast Speak with Dead using the Save Execution feature.
Okay.
I don't have the tooltip for Speak with Dead on me
No
at
worry.
the moment. Let me
Go ahead.
check. It might. I only have one question for you because of some things I heard earlier today and what you said about Rifter's mother. What was he to Philip? Answer that question, and I will let you move on.
He was a painful reminder to my dear, who he both couldn't stand the sight of and couldn't bear sending away. He was the only one, the only servant he didn't know how to deal with.
I think I may have an inkling why. You're dismissed. And Lork waves his hand dismissively as the spirit is dissipated. And he steps back outside of the room. Sorry about that. I just wanted to buy a few moments before they find the I guess let's call it a crime scene. The longer it
Of
takes them
note
to
for
find her
everyone,
body.
just a reminder, because you guys are getting rather proficient at this whole assassination thing, you do need to remember to make sure that either A, you take the body back and dispose of it somehow, or B, do something to remove the body from existing so that it cannot be reanimated.
Oh.
Because you guys have had those problems before.
Yeah, that's fair.
I guess we set it on fire. Rifter's gonna go ahead and take it out as far as he can and spray it with some of the oil, some of the wine, and burn the body. Controlled. He's not gonna.
I mean, before you do that, because actually, well, Dyer just because he's afraid that we might burn something up, because it seems like the entire floor is clogged. He just sends you a bunch of acid if you want to use it as well. So he does that before you burn the body.
Yeah, acid.
Well,
okay.
If you want to dispose of the body, there is that beast on the other side. I'm sure it wouldn't mind having another snack.
Nods, but
Lord, you changed so much. You're talking about snacks?
it's a good idea, but I think my good friend Dyer has a great idea with his acid.
Alright then. Thought it might be a bit of poetic justice since that thing was likely put there by the Vulstrums.
It might be, but no chances on this one.
Alright.
And Rifter gives Dyer a pat on the back. Great idea!
Around this time,
Hey, I
she's
got an idea.
beginning to awake. she's growing her consciousness, and she's able to ever so slightly push herself back up against the wall to start sitting up a little bit.
Darius is currently jotting a bunch of stuff down in his journal, as he does whenever he's got downtime.
She wipes her nose on her shoulder a little bit. The smear of blood leaving it behind, not too unnoticeable. So what is it then?
He snaps the book shut and puts it down. I've got a couple of questions and an offer for you. You willing to hear me out?
Of course.
So, we will start this off by laying out what has happened and where you are right now. You are now the last remaining Vulstrum. Rifter has seen to his revenge as far as he would like to. And you don't fit the criteria. So, you've been given a chance. Now the questions. What do you know about the thing in the tunnel? The undead being?
I've never gone there. That's news to me.
All right. Who would have managed that?
My mother.
Joy. How much do you know about what your family has been doing recently in the war?
I've been leading it.
I'm aware that you're leading it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're heading it.
Yes, I'm the tactician. I'm directing it. If you want me to make it stop, I guess I could, yes.
That is something we would like. What are your
Am I in
actual
a position to ask you a question?
More than how? You're more than welcome to.
I can tell by your accent. You're from somewhere near here. Or at the very least, you've been here for a while. Which means you've
Indeed.
known what's going on. Which means I'm asking you why you're not able to get alongside it. He coughs up a little bit of blood. I mean, you've seen what they do. They come in, they keep drafting people for war, shutting down what we need to, abducting people for no other reasons than to go to labor camps, or sending out and stealing food from grinds. What else would you expect than to have us fight back eventually?
I more than understand your desire to fight back. I left my original homeland, the Savage Kingdom, specifically because I despised the hatred, and yet it is exactly what you turn to in response.
It's what riled the masses. It wouldn't be so easily kept.
And so you think that your plight is justified, but theirs is not? I'm not here to have a philosophical debate with you. I understand that there are issues with this, but the war causes more issues than it solves.
Perhaps now. But sometimes things have to get worse before they can get better.
Indeed. And it is my intent to make things better. My offer to you is to try and make a second chance, to do something different, to take a different approach, to not follow in the bloody legacy of your family.
Can I interject just for a second? Like, we take a quick break from that side? Dyer, is there anything else you would like to do?
I don't think I would want to do anything right now. He probably had a conversation with Lorik, like I wrote earlier, but we can do that like after.
I'd be happy to have that conversation.
Yeah, we can
Probably
do like
stepping into the side
a
room.
short. We can do something short later because I do have to go, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think because it's not pertaining to what's happening right now, so it will be kind of a side tangent.
Well, you're about to leave, so I think it's the most important thing right now because it's the
That's a fair
time-sensitive one.
Okay. Go settle.
Lorik shuts the door behind him and Dyer.
Yeah. It's like,
Everything all right?
hey, big guy. Yeah, I'm good. How's everything? We haven't really talked since I came back.
I suppose we haven't. I'm sorry, things have just been all over the place.
No, I understand assassinations, big guys, small guys. You know, a lot of guys killing around. How's your request to recruit make
Complicated.
the Dolmarevs better?
More complicated than I could have imagined.
That makes sense. And he just like scratches his head awkwardly and says,
And how
think down
was...
south.
I was about to ask about that.
He chuckles. It's like the awkwardness just like ramps up. He's like, well, we found out that the changelings are that my dad is less of a general and more of a he was leading like not leading anything. Mainly he was just like trying to run away from these people that wanted to kill us. So we killed a bunch of people. You know, probably Rifter would find that entertaining. In the name of family.
I'm sure he would.
And then we ran away.
Do you want me to correct you on that, or is that what Dyer wants to say? Since you would have had plenty of time to talk to him later.
Okay. So
he was a general. It's just that, like, despite his high pedigree, like, it didn't matter once they figured out because that was too much of an unbearable sin for it to give him any pardon.
Oof. So he says, yeah, they found out he was like what they call. I guess he betrayed our people by just being with our people. And yeah, so we had to just. It's still people on our asses, I'm sure, but we killed the ones that were at that time. And besides that, it's just been as is.
That makes sense. Are you all right?
Yeah. I learned a few new tricks. You know, bonding with Zeus a bit. He seems.
I saw.
Yeah, I understand that none of you guys like him. I mean, to be fair, sometimes I don't like him.
It's a process.
It's a process. He's kind of a dick. But he is my brother.
Aye.
Yeah. And, you know, so are you. And he pats him on the gigantic chest plate.
Thank you, Dyer.
Of course. It's good to be back with the lads. He looks at the door. It's probably all kind of bloody or something. I not gonna lie, I did not think. The party looks the same, but it looks so different. At the same, it feels so different.
Dyer, can I get your advice?
My advice? This must be bad.
It's relating to her, and Lord kind of gestures his head at Lillian's corpse.
Slowly decaying from acid. Yeah. He's like, oh. Yeah, what's up?
Earlier, as we were traveling through here, we encountered Seiron, like Darius mentioned, but he mentioned that there was something that Richter didn't know about this whole thing, and that it was strange that he thought he and his mother were only slaves. I dismissed it at the time, but then what Lillian brought up, I tethered her spirit here for a short time after I dragged her in here, and
Mhm.
I'm not sure the exact implications of this for Rifter, or even how it would have happened, but all signs seem to be pointing that he may have been an illegitimate son of Philip.
Wait,
And
Rifter.
hush, don't.
Rifter.
I don't know how it would work even, but
I think. I mean, the clear answer is, in my opinion, it's only right for him to know.
question is how to bring it up. If
It's a good
I
question.
bring it up, but the things that stood out to me were Seiron mentioning that, Rifter bringing up that it seemed like his memory had been tampered with, much like that one back in Chibalo. And then Lillian here mentioning what she did about what Rifter was to Philip, and more specifically, what his mother was to Philip.
They wanted to keep her around.
And that Rifter was the only servant that Philip didn't know what to do with.
Dear Lord. That's they don't even look anything alike. Rifter is a handsome guy. Philip looks like a gourd. How?
I don't. I don't claim to know how it worked, or anything of the sort. Or this may even just be baseless assumptions
Speculation.
on my
Could be
part.
speculation. Yeah, let's just make sure that. That just thinks for a second.
I don't think he's in the right frame of mind to even hear this sort of thing right now. I don't think he would accept it.
That's true, but is it for? But I don't know if it's up for us to decide that.
Is it up for us to decide that when we don't know for sure?
That's true.
And I don't know how we would find out for sure.
Give it one day. I think if anybody can relay him these news, it should be. I probably should be you. Just tell them exactly what you told me. You spoke to Lillian's ugly ghost, and then this is what you found out, and this is what you think. Don't tell them that he is, and don't tell him he's Philip's son. Just tell him that this is
Of
what
course
you think.
not. I'm
Right,
not
right,
going
right.
to drop that on him out of nowhere.
Of course.
Thank you. We should get back to the others. Don't want them to get suspicious.
Sure.
Lork opens the door again.
And
Rifter kind of gives them a silent wave as he's just eavesdropping on Darius's conversation with Samantha.
Dara joins Rifter, and I shall mute.
So, shall we continue?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sorry I took so much time with that.
Oh,
No,
no
not
worries.
at all.
That was good.
Yeah, good content.
So, resuming where he's been left off, you've been given a second chance.
How would you like me use it?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
And how would you like me use it?
Honestly, it's your second chance. You can use it however you'd like. You can live your life free of all of this politics. You can work with us to potentially make it the world better. It's up to you. It's your second chance. But if you misuse it, you will be held to account.
What makes you think that if I go another route, one that doesn't force us into having what needs to be done, said anything that they'll listen to us.
Because we have the one thing that they have to listen to. Strength. Influence. Power. But we're not wielding it in the name of war. I understand that you wanted peace, that you wanted your nation to be well, that you wanted your people to be happy. And I understand that from your perspective it seems that war was the way. How much do you know of the Crown Prince?
I've seen him at gatherings from time to time and perhaps spoken to him twice. From the impression I got, I'm glad that I kept it so limited.
You should be. Frankly, a lot of the issues that have been causing both of the provinces, for lack of a better word, to nip at each other. And there's no reason for you to believe me, but there's no reason for me to lie to you right now, have been him. He has been nipping at both the heels of the Empire and the territories, goading them into war. I near guarantee that the missing people from your end were because of him, and much of the incursion on the Empire's end were also because of him. He's come to us multiple times, goading us, taunting us, telling us how much he desires the chaos, the fun of it.
She gives a very half-slighted, the very slightest bit of a chuckle out of that. Even if all that is true, that's still only half of it. Even if I believed you and that everything was right and somehow we got rid of him.
It wouldn't magically solve everything.
That still doesn't solve the dumber of half of the problem.
Indeed it doesn't. However, we're working on that ourselves.
And
The dumb ref that we had up there. You saw him, yes, Lorik?
if that's his name, yes.
Lork's going to peek out from behind the wall.
He's going to hold his hand up to, like, you don't, I'm just referring to you, not.
As she barely catches the glimpse of him, she barely curts her head, ominous.
Lork nods at her before going back behind the wall.
For practically as long as I've met him, he's had a deep-seated disinterest, to put it lightly, in the ordering of the Delmarevs. Again, no reason to believe me here, but we've been working at changing the Delmarevs ourselves.
Was he not one of them to lead some of these quote-unquote prisoners, the slightest of crimes taken to great proportion and sent to those labor camps? Isn't he in charge of, if not one, but two of them?
Indeed, he was. Of mine. I was one of them. Taken.
That kind of shuts down her argument a lot. So she's just like, all right, fair enough. I get it. Yep. Okay.
However, do note that the reason I went on to those caravans was not because the Empire desired the crimes. It was because nobles within the Vulstrum territories took disinterest in me. Regardless, the place that we were taken, the labor camp, we have turned it into much more than that. A place for refuge, a place not quite in the Empire, not quite in the territories. It is its own, I wouldn't say utopia. It's got a long way to go. But I believe it sets an example for the rest of the East. And you're welcome to come help us with it. To help us show both of the provinces that there can be a better way. Or
If things can work out that well, I will try. But before, since you've clearly at least partially changed my mind, and I won't ask to change yours now, I'd like at least ask you to give me the chance to a bit of it.
your second chance has been given. We speak here now as equals. Would you like me to take off of your bindings?
I wouldn't if I was in your position.
It's your second chance. If you throw it away, that is not. That
She
wouldn't be my
starts
fault.
to stand up some and moves towards you.
He removes the bindings.
She moves and rests back against the wall. Are you in good standing with Lork?
Indeed.
The next time you get the chance, I'd recommend you take at some of the prison logs and take a look at, even if you're a special case, where most of them come from.
He will nod. Or he nods. I will.
Yeah.
I don't doubt that your claims have merit. I think you should see the basement and what they did, what there is down there. It's the way we're leaving, I believe.
Well, thank you then.
I suppose the final question is, would you still like to be a Vulstrum? Or would you like to start as someone new?
She turns to her left and says, I think there's still a lot of good that can be done. Hopefully, maybe one day I can bring my name to be up like his.
He nods. Then may you be the pillar of the Vulstrum family. And may it begin anew once more.
So, Rifter,
Mm-hmm.
you see is, after all of that, as she, moves past and you're able to actually see her and how she's, untied and everything and just walking.
He's been paying attention, yeah. He's not too pleased about it, but he's not unpleased about it. He's just gonna stay off to the side.
He's going to move over before you go. He's going to put his hand on her shoulder.
She's not walking away. She's walking specifically up to the statue and staring up at it.
Okay. He is going to put a hand on her shoulder and give her a little bit of healing so that she's not like super battered, bloodied, and bruised.
She startles at first
25.
from the alright, 25's good. From the touch, just you generally get the idea that there wasn't a lot of physical contact that wasn't of the violent type in the family.
Hmm.
She's just silently for about a minute or so as of this point, just looking at the statue and thinking.
He will move away and begin decompressing with the other group. Well, what do you think, Rifter?
I think she's got some spunk. Seems like she's just as much as a victim as I was.
He nods. It's what I believed myself as well. Frequently, the nurture of family can twist someone to do things they wouldn't do in their nature. Sometimes that can be a good thing, as he smiles at Lorik.
Does she have all of her stuff right now, or do you still have some of it upon you?
we still have most of her actual belongings, but she is like free.
Yeah, she's
Like, if she
going
comes
to
and
ask
asks.
if she can reclaim a ring from it.
He Darius nods. Might I ask what it's for? As he's like rooting through it and what it looks like. We have a lot of rings in here. He
Righting a
chuckles.
few wrongs, yellow intertwined, swirling with the yellow and red.
He roots through it and hands it back over. Would you like the rest of your things?
You're clearly more capable enough, perhaps if we're going to be working together for quite a long time. I believe I'm the one who needs to build bridges first, considering how much you have extended yours.
He nods.
Over the
And
course of a
after-
little bit of a time, a small orb of red energy protrudes from the tip of the ring. It's probably only about half an inch across, but even for you, it's relatively hot from that point, and she starts moving it along and slicing through the center of the statue.
A smile does break through his like a light smile does break through his poker face as he turns and moves back to the group after handing the ring over. I figured we're in a position of power. We might as well extend that power to give a chance.
Aye.
Yeah, what's just another assassination if she goes off the block?
Besides, and here comes my rationalizing of my irrational actions, she is a useful person. She can help us in reforming the Empire.
Aye.
I guess.
After all, we want to make the world better, not just kill a few people. All right, there's my daily anthropology.
After she's cut most of the way through it, she turns and says, "May I call you Rifter?"
Very awkward, but Rifter walks forward. He unhoods. Actually, he undoes his whole assassin's attire, and he wraps it around like his arm. Rifter looks scruffy underneath his hood. He's just wearing very simple, plain clothes. And he walks up to her, and he says, "Good fight." Very awkward, not sure how to proceed socially.
She kind of doesn't pay you mind right now, as she's mostly still looking at the statue. I heard that he wasn't very capable of being kept down in the situation.
One could say that.
That after I guess what I'm trying to say is that I can't say our lives were comparable, or even that I could begin to understand the kind of experiences that you've gone through and how different our lives have been. But I can say that I did not like him either.
Well, in that, I guess we share a bond.
Would you like to do the final?
Rifter has a gleeful smile. Yes. And he's going to go ahead and from what I remember in my adventures pack, I have a pick or some sort of like mining tool.
Yes, you do.
I would like to go ahead and pick away at his Achilles heel, haha, if that's not actually what's supporting him. Just whatever leg piece is supporting the statue so that it topples over.
A lot of it has already been weakened, such that it's enough to be done in a single well-placed strike. As you pull it back and swing, the last bit of it, already melted and weakened, topples over. The symbol of oppression, brother, has fallen. We have toppled the statue of Anyway.
Yeah, as Rifter does that, he raises his hand up with his pick, and he just says, "What is dead must remain dead." And he fucking puts his pick away, and he says, "It's Samantha. I came on this journey for many reasons, but I was never alone. Not really. The voices that I carry, they will be with me and have formed me forever. And the sad part is, I cannot unremember his, despite how it probably shaped me the most."
What do you remember of your father?
He was, I guess, kinda in that he wasn't really around. He was tall, for one of us. Crow. He sat me down once, told me a story. Rifter, this is where we came from. Our history. He told me, I don't even know if it's true, legend, about how the great ancestor stole from the gods. The gods punished him for his impotence. And he points to his throat and then to his wings, or lack thereof. I learned actually quite a bit from Dad, despite how little he was around. I learned who we are. But he was never a parent, not like she was.
Real or not, it's a good story.
Aye, that it is.
My father
Let's-
taught me a lot too, but wasn't big on saying stories or giving comfort. Much more the training to be the singular object that he needed. The kind of thing that Thomas refused to be. Anything proper, anything disciplined, anything organized. And I think that's all he was to me. I hope your father viewed you as more.
I guess we both got some pretty shitty dads tonight.
Suppose so. And she kind of kicks a little bit of the clay part of it that's on the ground.
Oh, you should know something. Do not necessarily the last. I liked your brother. Was a nice boy. Arthur was always nice to me. So he's still kicking.
Okay, whew. And here I was...
No.
Alright, you are much more understandable of a person. I was wondering how someone who is in our midst could hate a soul like that.
You know, you and I, we during my time, obviously we didn't really see each other that often, but I do have one memory, and I think this is the reason why I think you're still breathing. I remember a girl riding a horse, and her father, after she fell, rather than going to help her, he said, up again, do it, we do not fall. I remember the same callousness that he gave me. I think that's how I knew that you might turn out all right.
I remember a boy who, when I asked why I couldn't help, when it's our job, our duty, to go out and make it better, being berated and told it's not my place. And when I dare voice such concerns, not being able to voice them for very long. I wish I had fought back more. Maybe I could have changed things, gotten everything better before it developed like this.
What's done is done. We cannot undo the past, but we can always make the future brighter. Rifter is going to go ahead and cautiously give out his hand for a handshake.
She continues to stare at the statue for just a moment, closes her eyes, shakes her head negatively, and then turns to face you and shakes your hand and putting it there. And about one of the most solid handshakes you've ever had. It's like the perfect handshake. Obviously something she's been trained very well to do.
Rifter feels that is enough, and he needs no more words to discuss between the two of them. He puts his hood back on, and he comes back to his friends.
So then, are we ready?
Yes.
I think so.
We'll be seeing her much more. I know you heard, but I invited her to our Hectorum.
It's going to be awkward.
I think it will be a good growing experience for the both of you.
Oh, trust me, this has been more than enough growing experiences for me.
Listen, somebody has to be your parent for now.
Yeah, good old Hoff, right? Hey, Pop, how you doing? And he goes over to Strudhoff.
Oh, don't you make jokes around me, young man.
Just watching the door. How about you?
How
You
even
seem
old
like
are
you've had
you?
an exciting day.
Referring to Rifter or to Sternhoff?
Rifter, how even old are you?
Well, I mean, it's not the same for you. My kind don't live to be as long as y'all. I'm 23, but you only live to be about 60.
Let's see.
Huh.
Oh, you are
We
older
were-
than my oldest.
Wow, no wonder you said third of Caedwin was a good year.
Never realized that we were actually born in the same year.
Oh, funny that.
Wow, you're young. Wow, I'm old.
I'm traveling with a bunch of old men. Oh no.
Oh, only this one, Sternhoff. As far as I'm aware, Dire and Zeus are youngsters like the rest of us.
Oh, cool. Oh, thank
I'm young.
goodness.
I'm a youngster at heart.
He
Besides,
says something along the lines of, changelings can look as old or young as they want.
if I
It's a
haven't told you,
compliment.
I could be like 4 years old.
Hmm.
Or I could be like really dumb and like 30.
well, you are really dumb. You just might not be 30.
Ah!
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, now we gotta get out of here before they call the guards.
Right. I almost forgot about that.
I believe they've
Sorry,
been called.
Lots on my mind. Oh, what'd you say, Sternhoff?
I believe they've already been called.
Alright, then let's
Oh.
get out of here.
Any idea how many you did call?
I don't quite know entirely what you're speaking of.
Oh, nothing. We were under the impression that.
Before we go, we should show the side room, the keepsakes room.
They take a look and are very confused by it. As you go ahead and enter, Lorik, you both see obviously the one that's completely shattered and doesn't have the beak in it. But you also see the one with the mouth of a horse and one that is empty.
Lorik's going to scoop up the empty one and bring it back to the party. Darius, I'm sorry I was overly cautious. Apparently when he came here, he took it.
He puts on like a really like a very like God no kind of face.
I'm sorry. This is my fault.
JC DMs.
Okay. I understand.
You know, as much as as irritating as he was, whatever. Eulogies can wait for later.
Right. I'm sorry.
He just nods his head.
Alright. Let's get going then. All of us.
As
Yo!
all of you jump on the warp and you go there. The warp, the immaterium. I need to put everyone on the correct layer, and I'm not going to render other people, so this is all we get. Where are the hold on. There are supposed to be other people. Schoenhoff is not there. Hold on a moment before people start moving, because as you first get here, it's very important. As Darius gets off first and steps forward for Lorik, as soon as you stop moving, you see on the back of Darius's neck as he goes, "Bleh!" As Mouthy is there taunting you as soon as you get to the other side.
God damn. When the hell did you actually extract him?
Under your noses.
Oh my god, dude! Oh, you have no idea how bad it was. Oh my, I'm so glad to have you back. Oh, and
You've gotten
at
much
least
better
I've
at it.
gotten way better at being quiet. Cause, God, that was so horrible. Like,
Well, you can
thinking
be
about it
quiet
shuts
for
me
a
right.
second here. If he had the same thing done to him as the beak, then he might have more detailed information about where he was taken.
I wouldn't.
It's
And
worth a
he gets a
shot.
little chuckle. It's the same thing that happened to Dyer. The same goop, the same. He will have the same amount of information as him.
No, I mean the person we're going to be looking for in Korheim.
Yeah, sorry, pal. I wish I could. Like, I'd heard from Big Man while all that was going on. But you know, there's a wee little bit of a problem in that as much as I'm sure I was a wonderfully handsome and charming, and well, I already am charming, as sure as I am that I was as attractive as Darius here. This my good best friend, my palo Suro mine. And strong and
nodding.
buffing, and he just keeps going on in this thing for a few seconds while you guys talk over him about something else. He then goes, "I have no idea of being able to prove that any of that's right, because I have no idea who I actually was, but I must have been those things if I came out this good."
You were suspended. You were nothing, honestly. I'm not sure.
Well, it's good to see that he still has just as high of an opinion of himself as always.
I am quite possibly the happiest I've ever been, which, considering that I've only not been in there for like 4 days, that's pretty happy.
All right then, shall we continue on?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't. You okay? Two things, Mouthy. I told you about the information. I'm pretty certain that you'll be fine if you recall it, because you are of my flesh. However, that is something that you cannot speak.
Right.
People will die.
It's like telling someone not to think about a giraffe. Got it.
What is? Oh my god, not this again.
Are we back on this again?
All right,
What
not
that?
now.
That was one of you. One of you said that, right? Or wait, was it Rift? Oh fuck! It was Rifter.
All right, let's keep going.
2. There's something ahead that you can see in my memories. Past hour.
Oh yeah, that's a
couple of
fucker.
hours. Yeah, let's keep quiet in there. All right.
All right.
Yo, by the by, it is super duper late. I need to get to bed.
Yeah, we're closing it out. We're closing it out.
Oh.
Oh no.
What could go wrong?
And nothing can go wrong.
Hmm.
Anyway,
My oh my. And as we're crossing through here,
Get out of here as soon as we can. I don't want to be here any longer than I have to.
farmhands and teenagers and all of the sorts they could send down here, they did.
Are the mage's bodies still here, given the time wizard bullshit?
yes,
Oh, I don't think we went down this way, did we?
Oh,
we
you
did a
closed
little bit the first time.
This wall closed off.
Yeah, she goes forward and using a bit of earth magic causes it to dismantle after you guys talk about how it was where there used to be not wall. Because one of the big things about the Vulstrum territories is that they're very into earth magic.
They're human dwarfs.
I see.
And the party has made it out.
Alright, that went more smoothly than I expected.
And it's not on fire. Look at us.
We can fix
Well,
that.
there's still time in the day yet.
I'd really rather you didn't. As much as you escorted me out, and I'm glad to have seen this, I think there are things I need to manage if you'll
Of
allow.
course.
I will, upon my earliest possibility, I'll head out and wait for you as long as I can there. Is there
On that
something that I
note-
might be able to steal from one of you from your personage, such as a feather or a piece of hair, such that I may be able to contact if I need?
Well, here. Lork takes off the emblem from his cloak and hands it to Samantha.
Yee! Alright.
Well, that should double as a sign of goodwill and a way to contact us.
Exactly.
She is very gracious about it because, of course, she understands the significance of it.
And when we get back to the warband, we will the war camp. We will inform them about what transpired and that they can send messengers to help negotiate a peace, if that is the immediate course of action.
I do hope it is.
Before you go, and he's going to move back to and rifle out all of her possessions, like her weird shield arm
Right.
thingy and her sword and stuff, just so you don't get mugged on the side of the road and end up dying or whatever.
Right, that would.
I was going to take the path back underground. I believe I'd like to never see it again. I have the only one that I want.
All
He
right.
nods. All right, we'll burn it then. He chuckles.
You see Rifter's like lighting a torch, like, oh, that was a joke.
Let's get back to the camp.
He nods. Cool your jets, Birdman. Let's go.
And the party heads off into the dawn light as the sun begins to rise this time. It is jolly good day to be them, for they have achieved victory over this time in what I will say is probably not the worst timeline.
Probably.
Gonna take a
Not
guess.
the worst timeline.
Gotta
Let's
take
go.
a
We have
game
to
there.
fix that.
We're getting the neutral ending.
I think this is a pretty good ending.
Yeah.
For Rifter's storyline, at least, we still have
Either
plenty of
way.
time to fuck up everyone else's endings.
Either way, it's a good ending for the stream. So unless anyone has
Yep.
any closing remarks,
Penis.
there it is. Saw it. Hey, who had penis on their lottery interruption bets? I had your mom, so I'm paying out. Who? Anyone? No? Do I get to keep it?
Oh, nobody ran penis. I don't think.
Nah, let's go. All right, I get to keep my money. Let's go.
I had penis on mine.
Of
Yeah, but
course you
know,
fucking did.
You don't get to roll in bets that you make.
Fuck. You're right.
That's not how the
You're right.
Deadpool works. Anyway, adios.